Good morning. I believe we have Ms. Kunkel helping us out with running the workshop today. Could you
Yes.
confirm that the workshop webcast is up and running?
Yes, it's recording.
Thank you. Welcome, everybody. This is the workshop for Colorado PUC proceeding number 24M-0060, 24M-0060G, the first gas infrastructure plan of Black Hills Colorado Gas Incorporated. I'm Wendy Rosati, Commission Counsel, and I'm joined by members of the Commission's advisory staff. Before handing the workshop discussion over to Ms. Shula, I'll give a bit of background and some information on what advisors anticipate for this workshop. In accordance with Commission Rule 4552, Black Hills filed its GIP in this proceeding as a miscellaneous filing. So this is a miscellaneous proceeding that is governed by the processes set forth in the rule and by Commission Decision Number C24-0260 that opened the proceeding. In that decision, the Commission directed that a workshop be held with Commission advisory staff and Black Hills and the other parties to discuss questions on Black Hills' filing and to help advisory staff in its development of a report that will be used by the Commission in its ultimate decision in this proceeding. Under Rule 4552, at the end of this proceeding, the Commission will issue a decision regarding the adequacy of the GIP and the methods and processes used to formulate the GIP, and will provide guidance to be used for the preparation of future GIP filings. With that in mind, advisors intend to ask questions of Black Hills and the parties in order to best inform the commissioners on what Black Hills' current infrastructure planning processes are, and to learn what the opportunities are in this area. The hope is that this can be a conversation between advisory staff and Black Hills and the other parties, rather than just questions and answers. So first, a couple housekeeping items. This session is being recorded and is currently being webcast through the Commission's website. In the event that a confidential session is necessary, Ms. Kunkel will assist us in turning off the webcast and ensuring that the correct persons are in the meeting. A list of persons who have signed and filed in this proceeding the required non-disclosure agreement for confidential information has been provided to Ms. Kunkel, but we'd appreciate it if Black Hills can confirm the attendees included in the confidential session once it is set up. So yeah, don't be surprised if we ask you to confirm. The confidential session will be recorded and it can be distributed if requested, and will be subject to the confidentiality provisions in the Commission's rules and the applicable non-disclosure agreements. I also remind participants that there will be opportunity for further comments in this proceeding, so things discussed today can be followed up in writing. Are there any other logistics the parties need to discuss at this point? Any employee or witness availability? Hearing nothing, I will turn it over to Ms. Shula.
Great, thank you, Wendy, for the introduction. And as noted, I'm joined by Mike Mendelson. We are both of the Colorado PUC advisory staff. And as she mentioned, we'll be asking questions today to learn more about Black Hills' process to create this inaugural gas infrastructure plan. We have some questions about the contents of the plan, and then additional questions as they came up as we were reviewing the plan materials. So as Ms. Rosati mentioned, we want this to be a conversation, not just a back and forth. So we'll try to follow this agenda. First, we'll do a quick round of introductions. When introducing yourself, please share your role at your organization to make it easier for Mr. Mendelson and I to direct our questions. Next, we'll start with questions sort of broadly about Black Hills territory and system, and move into questions about the sort of design of the gas infrastructure plan, and then finally move into project questions. We will, as needed, have a confidential session. We will note where we think topics have been marked confidential, but we would ask representatives of the company to be the ultimate determinant of whether there needs to be a confidential session. We will additionally have a lunch break from 12 to 1 Mountain Time, and another break as needed from 2:30 to 2:45 Mountain Time, if we aren't concluded ahead of that. We also are joined by representatives from the Office of the Utility Consumer Advocate and from the Colorado Energy Office, who are both parties to this proceeding and who have submitted initial comments in this proceeding. Our intention is that time permitting, after advisors ask questions on a particular topic, parties can ask follow-up questions of Black Hills related to the questions in the section that we're asking about. So let's start with some introductions. If those of you on the line from Black Hills can start first, and again, asking for your name and your current role.
Good morning, Emmanuel Koshin, representing Black Hills. In the interest of time, I think what I'd like to do is just introduce who we've got on the call in the broad scope of what their tasks are or what teams they're on. So with me this morning is Mike Harrington and Jennifer Bass. They're with our regulatory team. We also have Chris Downey, Ed Hawthorne, and Jason McCune. They're with the Colorado operations team. And then we've got Rob Ritchie, Kelly Kraus, Sean Brown, and Tyler Hoffland, who are with our engineering team.
Great, thank you. Can those on the line from the UCA and UCA's council introduce themselves next?
Good morning, everyone. I'm Kate Crampton. I'm an attorney representing the UCA, and I'm here with Leslie Henry Sermos. I saw her logged. Oh, there she is. I'm sorry. Miss Henry Sermos and I are here on behalf of UCA. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And then finally, can we have those on the line from the Colorado Energy Office and the Colorado Energy Office's counsel go next?
Good morning, everyone. This is Gabby Falcon. I am counsel for the Colorado Energy Office, and I do not believe I'm joined by anyone else today.
Great, thanks. Is there anyone who has not been introduced? I'm thinking we have everyone, but just wanted to double check if there's anyone who hasn't introduced themselves or been introduced. All right, hearing none, I'll turn it over to Mike for some general system and background questions.
Great, thanks, Josie. Hi, folks. I just wanted to get a sense of, and I understand this is not specifically in the GIP rules, but just how your system works as far as where you interconnect with major interstate pipelines and or public service, and how your different regions are sourced with gas.
Yeah, Mike, I will give you a very high level answer on this one. And we can definitely get into it more in the confidential session if you'd like something broader than that. But the system operates across the state of Colorado, with the exception of Atmos and XL and CNG's areas. We interconnect at multiple different locations off of various suppliers being Tallgrass, Kinder Morgan, and Piesco.
Right. Yeah, I did understand that generally, but maybe we could bring up the main map that you offer in your application for the GIP filing, and just get a better understanding of how you interconnect. And
Mike, I just made Mr. Downey a co-host so he can share his screen, unless there's someone else that was going to share screens.
okay, if you want to keep going, Mr. Downey, that would be helpful.
Let me see if we can get somebody to find whatever map we filed.
So if I may jump in, are you talking about the specific project maps that were filed, breaking down the projects that were discussed, or a high-level map of the company's service territory?
Yeah, the latter.
So I think we've got that in our tariffs. I don't know that we actually filed that map.
I'm seeing a map file on page 5 of your gas infrastructure plan. It doesn't have pipelines, it doesn't have mains, it just yeah, well, I'm actually not sure what I'm looking at. There might be pipes, but that's, I think, the map we're talking about.
So I don't know if I can bring it up on the screen.
I can bring it up here.
Okay.
Manuel, I can talk to it. This would be the map that you're referring to, Mr. Mendelson?
Yeah, that's
right. So at a high level, if you look, we'll start with the northeastern part of the service territory. A lot of that area interconnects with tall grass. There are some PSCO interconnects up in that region, but mostly feeds from tall grass. As you come down through the central east and central southeast, that interconnects largely with Kinder Morgan. And as you move over to the west side of the map, you have a lot of interconnections with Rocky Mountain Natural Gas, Kinder Morgan, and Enterprise.
okay. Thank you. And just, I guess, just generally where you're seeing the most growth in your system.
I would say, generally speaking, the Colorado Front Range is going to be the largest quantity of growth. So ranging from Wellington down through Fountain.
Okay, that's base rate area 3.
It's mixed. Some of it's rate area 1, some of it's rate area 3.
Okay.
It's a combination.
Right. I know they're on different rate areas, but how do these areas like interact with each other physically? Is it, I guess maybe the map like throws us off a little bit when we look at it because it's based on rate areas, but is there I don't know, constraint between areas or I don't know if you could just explain if there's any interconnection or interconnectedness to the growth and operation in these different areas.
Yeah, so there is interconnection, depending on how you want to define that. I mean, we certainly didn't come prepared to talk through how all of the systems interconnect,
Right.
but there are definitely means by which gas moves throughout a large portion of the system intermingled.
Okay. That's fine. Jesse, you want to move to what will be the next area we're discussing?
Sure. Thanks, Mike. Great. Can you talk about, just sort of give a bit of a high level overview about how the rules requirements for this GIP influenced or changed your existing capital planning processes from business as usual? Recognizing you gave a lot of details about your processes, but if we could talk about sort of whether there were incremental changes based on the rules that, influence this plan.
Yeah, I'll give it a shot. And then Chris, if you could also maybe help fill in a little bit. But I mean, like I says, you guys all know this was the first requirement that we've had to file this gas infrastructure plan and the rules and the history. There's a long history with gas infrastructure plan as far as kind of the requirements. You know, we worked with the parties, Excel and the other gas utilities originally. We filed a consensus rulemaking that got denied or rejected. And then the commission opened up the next rulemaking, and then we were participants in kind of helping craft that. So I think as we kind of approach this, I would say this has been a long time developing these rules. So even though this is the first time that we filed this plan, we've known about these rules. We've been thinking about these rules, these different requirements for several years now, as we've been working through with the parties, with the stakeholders. But I think a lot of the first, I think, the way we kind of approached a lot of this first round was just more to explain and provide the transparency about what we do and how do we currently evaluate our load forecasts, our system upgrades, kind of really focusing on what are the processes that we currently use. Certainly there were some of the questions and the rules that required us to think a little bit on maybe some changing of the way, but and some forward-looking things, kind of like non-pipe alternatives, that kind of the thing. But I would say mostly the way we put this together was to really provide that good baseline of our current processes and how we plan the system and think about our infrastructure plans. Chris, anything else you'd want to add?
I don't think I would add anything else to that, Mike. I mean, it really is just a representation of kind of what we've done to date to try to incorporate the rule changes and be transparent and have an engaging conversation with staff. So.
Great, thank you. And yeah, definitely helpful to have a baseline since this is the first one. Next question on sort of just broadly, can you address why the maps, the project narratives, the general scope of work, the explanation of needs, the customers served, the specific emissions projections, the projected life of the projects, and the full non-pipeline alternatives analyses for all the action and information period projects were marked confidential? And just to help sort of guide that, whether you believe there are any trade secrets, personally identifying information, or sensitive infrastructure information contained in those confidential filings. Just trying to get a broad understanding. We sort of came down pretty wide range across all the filings of what is and isn't confidential. So trying to learn here for that.
So I'm happy to take that one on. Apologize, there's a bit of an echo. The reason we marked it as confidential was primarily because of the map that's included in there. We do consider our maps protected. There's been incidences where pipelines have been attacked, and the less information that is out in the public in terms of location, I think the safer the pipeline is and customers that are near that pipeline. In terms of the other information, I'm looking through it now. I think just out of an abundance of caution, because those attachments were provided as attachments, we marked the entire thing as confidential. The company is willing to look back through that to determine whether parts of it should be provided as public or on a non-confidential basis. But definitely for the maps, that is something that the company does believe needs to retain the confidential designation.
Great, that is helpful. I think, yeah, if you are willing to take a look back through that, I'm definitely understanding the maps or that explanation. Again, as an advisor, not as a commission, just that makes sense to me. But yeah, if you could take a look back through the other information and figure out if any of it is able to be refiled as public, I think that would be really helpful. Thank you. And then at the end, we've done this a couple times. I'll make sure to go back through and like give a list of all these things we're kind of talking about so that you're not having to keep track of that. So thank you for that. I'm going to move it to forecasts, and then we'll switch it out of order, but then pretty much for the rest, I'll go sort of through the GIP filing. So just noting that forecast is a bit out of place. And yeah, so I'll just jump in there. So starting on page 22 of the gas infrastructure plan, I'm just going to make sure that I myself am there. Okay, great. Could you explain whether the company has provided peak design temperatures across its system? I see the heating degree table, or in table 6, and then I see the statement that a peak design day is determined by using the maximum 30-year heating degree day in the forecast analysis, but I'm not sure that I'm following or seeing a peak design day for specific parts of the system. So can you either, explain where that is or just share a little bit more about that, the peak design temperature?
Yeah, hello, this is Rob Ricci. Looking at the PDF now. I don't see that we have a table full of peak design days for our systems, but just to briefly go over how that's evaluated. If you look at page 23, you can see a plot there that's a heating degree day versus demand for a specific system. And we make a least squares regression line fit on that data. And on the bottom row, bottom axis, that's heating degree day. So we get the equation of that line that best fits that data, and then we would attach the max 30-year heating degree day to that line to generate a peak design day demand. That would be on that y-axis.
So just to be clear, you said it's in table 6. This might just be my lack of understanding. Are heating degree day and peak design day the same?
I'm familiar with it as heating degree day. I could look into what design day is and see if they're the same.
Well, just because you're using both terms. So in table 6, it says heating degree day or HDD. And then in the following paragraph, you're talking about peak degree day or peak design day. So
peak design day. Yeah, peak design day would be the demand at that peak 30-year heating degree day. So design day would be the demand, the load on the system. Degree day is that specific temperature and wind correlated value that says like what's the worst storm we might see or have seen in the last 30 years, and apply that to our curve fit there to see what that design day would be.
Okay, so still working through this. Is there a place where I can see the peak design? So yeah, I'm just going slow so that maybe later I can go fast. Is there peak design anywhere here that I can look at, or am I mostly looking at heating degree day versus, I'm guessing the x-axis total demand. I'm not totally sure what the values are there.
This would be a million BTU per day.
Okay, so that's 10, 20, 30, 40 that's not labeled. That should be million BTU per day. Okay, and then heating degree day is in not really degrees. That wouldn't make any sense.
I think it's unitless. I could double check my equations though.
I'm sorry, I'm pretty confused. Yeah, okay. I guess I'm looking at figure 3. What's the value on the y-axis?
Million BTU per day.
And then what's on the x-axis?
Heating degree day.
Okay. And peak day is somewhere in here or not? Or it's covered, or don't need to know about it?
Yeah, that line that's fit on there, if you take the 30-year max heating degree day, just say it's like 80, you would take that line that's fit on there, project it out to the heating degree day of 80, and that value on the y-axis, that would be your peak design day.
Understood. And so, okay, that makes sense to me. You're using the regression. Is that captured anywhere, or would I need to take alert and move that out? I'm not seeing like a equation for that linear line.
I don't think I have. I'm checking down the PDF. I don't see that we have an example drawn out that shows that full process where we establish that peak design day. We just currently show that plot that gathers all the data together. Then table 7 shows one method for generating looks like standard deviations to help sort out what that worst case peak design day would be. Looking further down, I don't see a specific example to say like this system has this peak design day for this following year.
Okay, I think that's something I'm wondering about, because that then looks like your figure 4. It appears that the forecast is pretty built on this peak design day. So it was a little bit hard to follow sort of how you're moving from calculation to result. without knowing the peak design day. So I'm not sure if you can talk through, maybe my question is actually some of these underlying assumptions in your peak design day forecast. But yeah, I was just having a bit of trouble tracking, how you're getting from A to B to C to a peak day forecast without peak design day presented. Not sure I have a question in that yet. Mike, do you have any questions on this? Otherwise, I can keep going.
Well, perhaps the way to look at it is if we go back up to table 6, the weather station locations, these are all the weather station locations you're using across your different geographic territories. Is that correct?
Yeah, within Colorado, that's correct.
In Colorado, right. Okay. And so well, first of all, what's the difference between the first and second columns, or really second and
Sure.
third?
Yeah, the first column is just based off of temperature. The second column uses a wind correction factor.
Okay.
So on a particular windy day, the heating degree day would be increased.
Okay. So so this, and I assume you're using the wind adjusted, using that third column as the key variable to figure out your peak design day.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so you would take each of those values as irrelevant to the areas, and then fit them onto this graphic here, essentially. So would it be correct that each geographic territory really would have its own line graph in Figure 3?
Yes. Yeah. The figures that we have here are just a specific example that I pulled from my last forecast documents. But I do a forecast for each individual system.
Okay. And then, so you have one of these for each geographic territory. You know where the 30-year max heating degree day with wind is for each of those. And then you can kind of multiply through in table 7 to understand what that total demand is for each region. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yeah. So that table 7, that analyzes with that figure 3 in bucketed columns. It sorts out what that standard deviation is along that data plot. So we could sort out if at that max 30-year, it kind of hit the average, we wouldn't look at adding any sort of standard deviation value to that. Unfortunately, most of the time that heating degree day versus demand can be a little noisy, so it's not a perfectly straight line. So we look at a system by system case to see, is it going to be close to that average or maybe a little higher?
Okay. I guess one thing that's confusing is you've got heating degree days that go even well above 70. So I assume you just continue to draw that line out even further.
Yeah, if there's a data point within 3 years worth of data that would have a heating degree day higher than 70, then yeah, it would show up on that plot. This particular forecast period looks like that max heating degree day that was pulled from our database was 70. We also, and you see it doesn't go below 10. It's filtered under there for winter heating.
Right. So this is okay. And so this would be all the data points for the last 3 years, essentially up through, I think, February 28th.
Yeah, it goes from beginning March to end of February, 3 years worth of data.
Right. Right. And then, so that then it becomes your average demand across the forecast. I guess what's a little confusing is, and that's kind of what I was trying to get at in my first set of questions, because it seems like each of your regions are, you really need to balance each of your regions separately, right? I mean, they're not, you really can't rely on a total demand evaluation across all, this wide geographic area, I'm assuming, right?
Yeah, especially in Colorado, how the weather can be significantly different across the state. It's done at a system by system basis, and then we look at the for each region, we would look at what demand is out forecasted for that area.
So Rob, can you talk a little bit about what level of detail, how low on the system do you go to plan your peak design days? Because if you guys remember, our map, we're spread across the entire state of Colorado. Rob, can you talk about what's that level of detail that you plan on the system map?
Yeah, so we break it down by each region, and then each region we break it down by system, and
How-
each of those systems might have
How
multiple.
is, sorry, Rob, let me interrupt. How do you break it down by region? How do you define a region?
I use the past forecast documents that detail out each system that's in those regions. So, like just for one example, there's the Front Range Castle Rock area that has specific systems allocated to that region, and then each of those systems have meters that we pull daily meter readings from to generate a system forecast for each of those systems.
Yep.
So
Does that help, Mike? Yeah, because again, you got to think about our system is a lot different than Excel, where it's so centralized, right? We're all over the state, so you have to break it down into a lot of different regions. So we don't have just one peak design day for the whole system. It's kind of very specific to each different region.
So it seems like you're showing though one peak design day forecast for this GIP. There's an average high and low, but you say pretty clearly that the high and low are hypothetical. And then you provide one customer count and usage, right? You have across your 4 customer types. So, you're saying there's multiple systems and regions. You're somehow, is what you're showing only one region, or have you done some averaging, or how did that come to be?
This specific one was just an example from one system that I was forecasting. I forget exactly which one I pulled.
Okay.
But the process is the same for the other systems.
So what you're saying is, what if I were to look at table 8, where it says residential customer count, this is just for the high case, just as an example, residential count is growing and so is usage. This is for one part of the system. You're not sure which. This should not be treated as the whole system.
I think someone else might have been involved with table 8. I'll check.
Yeah, so just to talk to table 8 specifically, table 8 is an aggregation of the entirety of the customer base. As we're talking about how we do our design day forecasting and the prior examples in figure 4, table 7, etc. That is just an isolated example that Rob put together for purposes of the GIP. Sounds like going forward, it might be useful if we pulled in all of the different ones that we do. But as it sits today, those are just representative examples in the prior tables.
Yeah, I think that would probably be helpful for future ones, just because, from the staff side, right, we're trying to create for ourselves a narrative to understand the need for these infrastructure projects and to kind of verify that need pursuant to the rules. And so having just one isolated example forecast makes it challenging, right? If I don't know, if this isn't showing me, right, like if I'm thinking, oh, I wish I was, right, until we got on the line, is this showing some of these capacity expansion project projected forecasts? And the answer is actually no. That makes it pretty hard for me to look between the two and like have some sort of congruency across. So yeah, I think does that make sense, Mike? We'd want forecasts for each of the parts of the system they're forecasting for.
Yeah, ideally, I think so. Yeah.
Okay. All right, moving off this, we might go back to it, but I think just the way my questions are not quite there yet. Wait,
Are you leaving forecasting?
not leaving forecasting. I'm just leaving this particular question about heating degree day and peak design day and etc. I'm jumping up to page 11, which was a part, kind of we're talking about forecast, but in a different section. You said you, or the GIP says the company approximates a peak hour volume by dividing the peak hour volume by a specified factor, typically 16. Can you explain what that means? I was having trouble understanding, why you would, how you would get an hour volume by, I was having trouble with that. So can you explain how you get your peak hour volume?
I'm sorry, what page is that on?
This is page
11.
Wait a minute. I believe it's page 11. Yes. Page 11, the third to last paragraph, it starts with CIS data provides monthly customer usage and is paired with weather data. And then you go on to talk about, you developed this linear relationship, which you explained. And then peak design day model uses a 30-day maximum, which you talked through. But then it says LoadsGen approximates a peak hour volume by dividing the peak hour volume by a specified factor, typically 16. So I think my questions are, I'm not sure I'm working out how peak hour volume divided by 16 gets you, like the variable doesn't seem, the unit doesn't make sense to me. And then also, where's the 16 coming from? Those are my two specific questions on this.
Yeah, I see that. It should say peak day from LoadsGen divided by a profile would generate the peak hour. That's 16. I believe it's an industry standard for residential, where for a given daily volume that a meter would read, if you divide that by 16, you would get the typical peak hour volume that a residential meter would see.
And is that, I'm not familiar with the industry standard. Could you explain just sort of why that is? I'm trying to think about, in my house, how many hours.
Sure. Yeah, I think that's just what's been like historically seen. If you look at a plot of data, hourly data of a residential meter, you would see it's not perfectly flat across the 24 hours. You would see a peak in that volume, and looking at that peak over 24 hours, that factor would work out to be 16.
So Jesse, to step in and explain that a little bit, typically gas profiles peak in the morning and in the evening when folks are getting up to get ready for work and when they get home from work, not in the middle of the night when everybody's asleep, right? Or in the middle of the day while they're gone at work. And so that's how the factors are applied across the industry to help understand, at those peaks when everybody is freezing and getting up out of bed and hot water heaters are going, how much gas has to move through that system to keep the customers warm.
Okay, this makes so said another way, just for my understanding, you're kind of assuming that a customer's peak is about a third more than their baseline, right? Because 24 over 16 is 2/3. So you're assuming I think I understand. But yeah, we're gonna have to go further into that. Thank you. And then relatedly to this question, I'm now going back down to page 22. Just give me a second here. You say, so I'm trying to trace this 16 or this division. Now this is the last paragraph on page 22. Heating degree day still makes sense. A percentage factor is developed by this period. Is the growth percentage factor in any way related to this calculation, or is this a different factor entirely?
The audio was breaking up a bit. I think I got the gist of your question. The paragraph that was above for that loads gen, that is historical values by meter basis for specific customers. That one doesn't include growth. The this one farther down, page 22, the peak design day. This one we do apply that growth to out year forecast loads, which would be like the system wide, how much demand might this whole system have. But at the top one for the modeling, we don't incorporate that growth into a design day model. We'll use that loads gen design day value using the last 30-year maximum heating degree day, but we won't add any additional growth to that unless we're doing specific studies.
Okay, that makes sense to me. And then could you just explain how the growth percentage factor is? I know it says it's developed by observing the change in peak design sort of for each forecast period. So is it sort of just a simple division of year-over-year growth, or how are you getting that factor?
Yeah, so between the forecast peak design day forecast values, we will look at the percent change between each of those forecast periods, take the average of the last, I think it's 5 forecast periods, and then apply that average growth out to the future forecasted demand.
Okay, that makes sense to me. And then just the word out year, out past your forecast.
Yeah, future demand. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. All right, yeah, just thank you for being patient. I feel like everyone uses a slightly different language, and just trying to make sure I understand. Okay. Let's see. So then moving on to page 23, you say a high or low forecast could be approximated by adding or subtracting a standard deviation. However, it's not typically been used because there is a reality that when we're determining the gas supply, the high demand day is used for forecasting. Can you explain, or can you just make sure, or which forecast did you ultimately use to sort of determine some of your infrastructure needs? And I guess specifically for the capacity expansion one, because sort of now learning this is an example. And then here, I'm not sure if you mean you're using the high or you're using the average, just sort of which forecast is used as you make your infrastructure plan.
Anybody on our team have that one?
Yeah, I'll take that one. Jesse, let me know if I missed the boat on what you're asking for here. As we looked at the specific projects that we'll talk about later, we use the moderate forecast looking forward based off of the movement that we've seen from builders and customers in our area, as well as the existing system performance. And as we look at the existing system performance, and we'll get through the details of those later, those are already in a spot that were unto themselves warranting the work.
Okay. That makes sense. And then just a last question on figure 4. Just to be very clear, what this looks like is an average forecast, and you have a low and a high that you've applied like a statistical standard deviation to. There are no changes in assumptions on these. So you're not saying, high has a set of customer behaviors or state behaviors, and low has this set of customer and state behaviors. It's purely a standard deviation based on average.
That might be the answer to that one. Yeah, I think for our typical regions, we would use that average or maybe a little additional standard deviation to it. There are, I think there's one system where we have to be able to be like right on the mark with what that peak demand might be, as if we're above that, then we might be run into some issues there. So that one in particular has additional standard deviation added to it.
Great, thank you. Okay, so moving a little bit more into forecasting assumptions, Rule 4731A1E 1 through 5 states that forecasts will include consideration of the effect of current and enacted state and local building codes, changes in line extension policies, and the associated impact on customer growth, building electrification programs or incentives offered by the local electric utility or local or federal entities, the price elasticity of demand, and any other known factors affecting sales and gas supply. Could you first explain the extent to which you included the impact of state and local building codes in any of your forecasts, and what impacts did that have?
The forecast process we currently have doesn't look into what some policy changes might have effects on it. We just look at historical meter volumes versus historical weather. And as those policy changes begin to affect how gas is utilized in a system, we would start to see that change in our records.
Yeah, and I'll jump in on that one a little bit as well, Jesse. We do consider building codes and the changes there, as well as potential electrification and those types of items for the areas where the building codes are changing. We have some mountain towns that we are looking at differently because of building codes. We also factor in developer and customer demand and what the customers are doing in light of different rule changes. And as we are currently not seeing any customer behavior changes, there's not a lot of additional factor to apply for most areas.
Great, thank you. Could you explain the extent to which
Jesse, let me just jump in there too a little bit. I think, you gotta remember we're planning the system to meet the customer needs. So you may have a policy, or the state of Colorado may have a policy of reducing, but until we start to see customers actually adopt, right, we have an obligation to serve. And so the best way we can right now to plan our system is to use those historical forecasts and use the data that's coming from our customers and the system peaks. So until you start to see policy being actually implemented and adopted by customers, our engineering team, our forecasting team needs to design the system to serve our customer needs. So that's where we're in this challenge, right? We see a lot of policies that say, you guys need to plan for electrification. We are not seeing electrification show up, right? So, and our engineering team has to plan the system to meet our customer needs. So there's that balance there that we're trying to figure out of identifying different policies that have impacted. Meanwhile, our team is still trying to plan the system and serve our customers.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I'm wondering if, recognizing that this isn't gonna, these changes and these policies, of course, you wouldn't see the results overnight. Have you done any sort of exercise as to, this is the general lifetime of a boiler or furnace, which does have quite a long lifetime, and maybe be able to understand we wouldn't expect to see these changes for X number of years if customers are replacing at end of life? Or is there sort of an assumption of this really will start to get captured and you'll react, you'll be reactive to as you're kind of seeing these changes? Because definitely understand people aren't all gonna run out tomorrow and buy expensive new appliances. That's not economic maybe for most customers. But is there any sort of assessment of when you think appliances are reaching their end of life across your service territory?
It would be in a different venue than the kind of our engineering plan team has done. That would probably fall more in our DSM plans and our energy efficiency plans, where we conduct, we call them potential studies, where we go out and study and survey our customers on the different appliance types that they have. And so that's where you start to see the impacts of energy efficiency and we call it the potential of energy efficiency. That doesn't really show up in our engineering team's kind of analysis. That's more on the energy efficiency side.
Okay, and so those teams. All right, that makes sense. Well, okay, you say this is coming later, but I'm just going to bring it up here. You said that you forecast demand side management, but only in your base forecast. It's not showing up in high or low. So are those teams talking to each other? Your engineering team, that those that would be conducting their potential studies, or if there are potential studies happening and you are forecasting demand side management in at least one of your forecasts, can you just explain the extent to which those teams are coordinated?
Yeah, I think it's more at a pretty high level, because the energy efficiency plan, again, is going to be very specific to each customer, each area. So kind of at a pretty high level, we have the energy efficiency plan and the potential for energy savings across the entire service territory. So it's hard to, the potential study is not broken down into the level of detail that the engineering team needs for a specific region. So it's a little harder to coordinate with the two, but certainly we do share kind of the overall energy efficiency plan, the goals with our teams.
All right, thank you. Okay, moving from this, could you explain the extent to which you included the impact of line extension policies in this forecast, especially in the wake of 23AL-0631G that has a new line extension policy for the company? And if so, what impacts did that inclusion have?
Yeah, I'll start, and then Chris, maybe you can help a little bit, because I know there's some specific examples, but we just, I think even this year, just changed the tariff. So it was effective just earlier this year, fairly recently. And so has not worked its way into the kind of official forecasting as far as line extension changes. We are starting to see some areas of maybe some slowdown in growth. I think it's hard to say that that's caused by the line extension change, or if that's more caused by kind of the macroeconomic climate we're in right now with really high interest rates. So I'd say, again, yeah, the specifics of the line extension change has not really worked its way into the forecast. But Chris, is there any examples of kind of maybe more specific examples that you know of?
Yeah, I would say that from a more specific example, a lot of our builders are talking about the changes, but none of them have changed behaviors that we know of thus far. The customers are still demanding gas as a cheaper alternative to heat their homes, and they're still proceeding forward.
All right.
Jesse, this is another one, interesting one, where the policy has one thing, but customers are responding differently. 70% of Coloradans have natural gas. 70% of our state is served with natural gas. Our customers want it, they like it. And certainly some policy is going to have an impact, but we're not seeing it happen yet.
Great, that's helpful. You kind of just said that there's maybe some slowdown in growth. There's, macroeconomic factors that could be attributed to that. I think we need to, acknowledge that as years go on, some of these policy factors could be attributed to that. Do you have any plan to sort of sort out that why I guess what I'm asking is, as you're seeing this, maybe some slowdown in growth, is there going to be any investigation? Like, what's that? Why is that happening? Right. If on the one hand, you still have customers demanding gas, and on the other hand, and builders aren't changing their behavior. On the other hand, you have these policies, and there is maybe a slowdown. Like, I recognize it's hard to like it's small change is hard to attribute, but how are you guys thinking about that? Like trying to figure out what these levers are and how they're going to be affecting your system plans?
Yeah, Jesse, that's a good question. So we do watch very closely what's happening in the building industry. Obviously, that drives a lot of what we do. And what we've seen in a lot of the high growth areas is that our requests for new service have increased over the rate at which building permits have decreased. And so we make a comparison between what's happening from an overall construction perspective to what we're seeing in order to understand what's driving those changes.
Yeah, and I'd also add there's several mountain towns that we're really watching. Some have more aggressive building standards than some of the others. And so, the change is going to be very specific. Again, thinking about the geographic diversity of our territory, we can have a town like Aspen, right, that's going to have some pretty aggressive building codes versus another town that doesn't. So we definitely watch very close to watch the cities and the different building codes that they're putting out, because that will have an impact on the building types that are being developed, the economic development in the buildings and in the neighborhoods, that kind of thing. So things, for example, all electric neighborhoods, right? We're definitely paying attention to those and watching if a developer comes to us and says, well, they're going to build a neighborhood that's all electric, not gas, right? We would know that, and they would talk to us about that.
The other thing that we kind of watch, Jesse, is the efficiency of the equipment that goes in, because as the equipment gets more efficient, the peak demands increase. It's great when it's 40 degrees out and that furnace doesn't run as much because it's 40 degrees and your temperature variant is narrow. When it's negative 40 degrees, those peaks get higher. And so that creates an additional load on the system that we're watching.
Can you just explain sort of if you're thinking about a usage per customer, if you have a more efficiently rated appliance, why your capacity would increase? I think I would maybe expect it to remain at most the same.
Yeah, so a good example of it, Jesse, would be like a higher efficiency tankless water heater versus a tanked water heater. A tanked water heater operates at about 30,000 BTUs and might fire off 5 times during the day in order to keep that tank warm. The higher efficiency unit won't necessarily fire off 5 times during the day trying to keep that tank warm, but when it comes on, it's going to come on at 240,000 BTUs. So a significantly larger pull on the system when those higher efficiency appliances come on.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just kind of the classic difference if you're more familiar on the electric side versus, your peak demand versus your kWh, kilowatt hour. So you may have something that uses less energy, decatherms, or on the electric side, kilowatt hours. But if it has that high energy need right at the start or when you're running that equipment, then that's the peak. That's the demand. That's the load. Gas, we call it load. Electric, you call demand. That's how they measure the capacity that's needed to serve that type of equipment. So yeah, you can have a much more efficient equipment that saves decatherms, the usage, but it still can impact the peak.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. And I guess for tankless versus tanked, that example makes a lot of sense. yeah, I'm not as familiar with the gas efficiency landscape. So I think my question is, you know, how many are going tankless? How many are going just high efficiency tanked? And that's not a conversation for today, just curious. So yeah, thank you for giving that example. It's helpful. All right. Mike, do you have any questions about anything I just sort of went over here? Otherwise, I was going to get into a bit of the customer count assumptions and things like that.
No, I think you covered it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. So great. Moving into, I guess we're still on page 25 and 26, the sort of customer count and usage. Well, I guess it spans quite a few, right? Table 8, Table 9, Table 10. It looks like across all of these, and you sort of explained customer numbers, you are assuming there is no fluctuation. Customer count is remaining the same in your low, your base, and your high. Just want to confirm that is correct in these tables.
Yes, that's correct, Jesse.
Yeah,
Okay.
that looks right to me. But yeah, anybody else on our team, jump in. But that's what it looks like to me too.
And it looks like, so I just sort of want to understand the use cases for the low and the high scenarios. It seems like you're saying there isn't much. You really only use the average. Is that true? I'm just trying to get an understanding because it seems like, you know, for the high, so you didn't forecast any DSM for high or low. It looks like you use DSM only in your base, and then you only use electrification in low. And so I'm trying to get an understanding of, you know, first, why wouldn't there be DSM in all of these since you have approved funding for programs in that area, you have targets. So it's sort of, that was the first like confusion point of, yeah, how are the low and high actually representative of your system? And then I guess, you know, like we were just talking about, you know, you're keeping an eye on these mountain towns with more aggressive building codes or even all electric neighborhoods being a thing to watch. Just, you know, how is that's not changing your customer count? So I guess, yeah, just sort of questions here about how these numbers are informed by, you know, some of the knowns and maybe more slightly unknowns that you guys are being confronted with. So maybe let's start with DSM. I just asked a lot of questions. Is it true DSM's only in your average forecast? You didn't put it in your high or low?
Hey, Rob, or did you help work on that? Oh, no, call.
Yeah, on the forecast, that high, average, low.
Right.
Yeah, so for the typical forecast, depending on the system, we would look at that average forecast. If it's on a system that we need to for sure know like what might that peak be or the higher demand might be, then we'd start to go towards that higher forecast. But on a trying to do like on a system, just a regular system between high, average, and low, sometimes that might be tricky to sort out when a customer demand is less weather dependent and more on leaning on that unknown of what kind of gas they're using. Like, are they throwing a party or something else that's out there that might use more gas on a given day? That's where you see it on that plot, how it's not really a straight line. There's a lot more factors to it than just weather.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I'm looking at under E, incremental investment based on high and low forecasts on page 28, where it says the company emphasizes that the low and high forecasts are conceptual and hypothetical in nature and do not reflect the company's actual forecasted load growth. Company's actual forecasted load growth is the reference forecast. This is a confusing paragraph. Maybe I'll just come up with that, and that maybe we can just start there instead of me asking sort of roundabout questions. Nevertheless, so continuing on, nevertheless, to the extent projects are shifted to the information period to this exercise, it increases the likelihood that they could eventually become unnecessary due to changes in load growth or specifically avoided with an MPA. And then you say, just as importantly, however, the projects will be needed regardless of the forecast. Could you just like maybe break this down sort of couple sentences by couple sentences? I'm confused about, first it seems like, right, the reference forecast is the forecast. Then, I understand why you're saying, the projects are shifted maybe because we don't know what's going to happen on a system. A forecast is, no forecasts are right. We can just get as close as we can get. But then finally you close with the projects are still going to be needed regardless of the forecast. Can you just explain that?
Yeah, Jesse, I'll take a shot at it and hopefully draw the clarity here for you. If I fail, let me know and we'll take another swing at it. As we put together our load forecast, we looked at the low and high. This is the first time that we've done that, and it's conceptual for us. And even in those scenarios, the projects that are in our informational forecast period are still required. And so that's ultimately what we're driving at here. We use our reference forecast, the medium, if you would, but we put together the others to understand how they relate with the project needs. And even in those scenarios, the project needs do not change. Does that help with the explanation of what we're trying to say there, Jesse?
It does. Okay, so you use a reference, but even low, even high, the project need doesn't change. I guess what I'm trying to understand here is low and high are still just standard deviations without. Like, I think what I'm more familiar with seeing is, a low forecast that assumes different customer behavior and policy, and a high forecast that assumes different customer behavior and policy, right? So you might think, okay, in the high scenario, the price of gas is going way down and we're securing that, and we've just gotten rid of all electrification in the state, and no one, so that's high. And then in low, we're saying, hey, these policies actually are going to come true. We're going to be seeing some, the projected impacts of our state, federal, and local DSM plans and electrification plans. And so there's going to be, policy and behavior. But what I'm hearing you guys say is we're using a standard deviation. And then based on that standard deviation, there's no change. So I think maybe what I'm trying to confirm / ask is like the low and high. I guess I wouldn't expect it to change your need for project because it's not really based on different customer assumptions. So just confirming, right? Standard deviation, there aren't different customer assumptions here. I think that's maybe what is tripping me up as to how you're sort of using these deterministically if they're not based on different underlying assumptions.
So I think maybe the explanation, Jesse, is that there are assumptions for the standard deviation, right? We're assuming that customers will use more gas. We are assuming that customers will decrease their gas consumption based off of having a heat pump and using gas as a secondary, et cetera. Ultimately, as things are panning out and what we see in reality without a crystal ball today is that customer behaviors aren't changing. And so the most accurate way to reflect what we think could potentially happen for a high or low forecast would be through a standard deviation.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense to me. Yeah, thank you for continuing to explain that.
Well, and I think, Jesse, as I was reading that last sentence there, that was tripping you up, and it tripped me up too as I read it. Just as importantly, the projects will be needed regardless of the forecast. I think as I read down to the next paragraph, that's where we applied the low and the high, and those capacity projects were still required. So I think that might be the tie-in to that sentence there that was tripping you up.
Oh, sure. Okay, so basically what this sentence maybe reset is, yeah, regardless of which forecast you choose as your primary model, all three of these capacity expansion projects are still
Needed, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Because my next question was, can you explain what's going on in table 11? Because I'm not.
Yep.
It just wasn't. Now it's a little bit clearer. So regardless of your low, medium, and high, Elizabeth Sakaya needs to happen in 2026. Regardless of low, medium, or high, Castle Rock needs to happen in 2025. And regardless of low, medium,
Right.
high, Owl Creek is 2024. Is that
Yes.
the correct way to interpret this table? Okay.
I believe so, Chris. Yeah.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Great. Okay. I think this concludes my questions about the forecast. Mike, do you have any other forecast related questions?
Well, I just wanted to clarify. So you're using population growth across the state, county specific population growth to escalate current usage per customer. Is that correct?
I wouldn't say that's accurate, Mike. I would say that we are using the population growth specific to our service territories that we are experiencing to estimate population growth. Not necessarily counties, as if you look at Douglas County, for example, however fast Highlands Ranch may be growing, may be different than Castle Rock. So we focus specifically on our service territory growth rate.
Okay. And that Colorado.gov population projection is, I didn't look at it closely. I downloaded it, but I didn't look at it. But so it gives you municipal specific projections. Is that correct?
Mike, I'd have to defer to someone in our engineering group that pulls all of the exact numbers for us. I don't know that we have those folks on the call, but we could get back to you on that.
Okay. But you're saying it's more specific than county, as far as you know.
Correct.
And so you have population growth in each specific area of your territory. You have a current throughput and a current usage per customer. I guess my point is, there's a lot of factors that are kind of impacting where your future demand is going to be. It's that whether the customer growth comes through and follows population as expected, whether the usage per customer stays the same or drops. So in your standard deviation forecast in figure 4, so you think that's accounting for both a drop in it could be population generally, customers that become population that becomes customers, and sales per customer. How many of those factors do you think your forecast is picking up?
Sorry, Sean Brown. The high, I guess our average forecast and our high forecast should encompass that population growth plus customer growth, I'll say. This for example, Castle Rock is planned to double in size still to about 150,000 people.
Okay, so it includes the population growth. It assumes essentially that all new population to that area are customers.
Yes, and the high.
The high that and the low doesn't. The low assumes that there's a reduced amount of customers per population growth.
Correct.
Okay. And do these also account for usage per customer within that as well? As far as you know.
I guess, yeah, the forecasts that we do are built off our system meter records, not down to a level of customer. So I would say that our average forecast should reflect the change, eventually the change in customer level usage.
Right. It'll be baked in as you experience it. Right.
Correct.
Yeah. Yeah. And we understand that. I guess just technically, like because your historical is going to change so little based on these new rules, but all new customers could be driven by these new rules. I guess I'm just wondering if waiting for changes in historical data will give you an accurate depiction of how these policies will impact your usage, your send out.
Yeah, Mike, I think I would respond with that. I mean, as I spoke to earlier, we're watching what these policies are doing to new customer connections today. And if we start to see changes, then they would be things that we could incorporate. Currently, there has not been any decrease in customer connections or customer desire for natural gas.
Right. And you haven't seen any shift in demands per customer for per heating degree day. Is that correct?
That is correct. If anything, I would say that we might be starting to see an increase in the peak hour demand, which drives system design based off of some of these efficiency regulations that are in play, forcing customers into appliances that are going to increase the peak use, decrease overall day use, but increase peak use.
I'm sorry, why would they increase peak use?
As I spoke to earlier with the example of a tankless water heater, right?
Oh, water. Okay. Right. Yeah. And this is perhaps a little forward, but for customers that have tanks water heaters, have you contemplated any kind of demand response there where they could possibly pause that tank refiring?
I'm not sure I entirely understand your question. I think I've got a gist of it, but we don't have a program or a tariff in place where we can go into somebody's house and turn off their water heater in order to shut down demand.
Well, I'm not suggesting you would go into each house, but
oh yeah, I'm trying to figure out where you're going with that one, Mike.
Well, if there was some sort of remote control that that it paused the tank from refiring for 10 minutes while others were cycling through.
At some point, technology might get us there where we can do that, but I don't know if a utility would be the place to control customers' equipment, right? I mean, it's kind of a customer-owned asset that it's up to them to manipulate.
Right. Well, on the electric side, it would be like the equivalent of cycling air conditioning, so that the overall you're managing that peak. And I understand it's probably very sensitive with, you're talking about someone's heat, but when they've got a storage tank full of hot water, then perhaps there's an opportunity, especially in the middle of the night.
I guess, Mike, there have been some initiatives that are being worked on in the industry to come up with, DSM, something similar to like Excel's program for thermostats in the summer on their design days.
Yeah.
To prevent. There are some initiatives that have been floated, but I'm not sure where they have gone yet.
Okay. Jesse, I'm all through with that section.
Okay, thanks, Mike. Does anyone on the line from the Colorado Energy Office or the Consumer Advocate have any forecasting related questions?
Hi.
Oh, go ahead.
Why don't you go first? I'll wait.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, so I just had a couple questions. Going back to incorporating building codes into the forecasting. So I know you said that you haven't accounted for some of these electrification incentives because you're not actually seeing a customer response yet. But several of the counties in your service territories have already implemented building codes from either 2018 or 2022 or earlier. So that should have already had an impact on your historical throughput. So I guess I'm just wondering why these building codes that are already in place aren't being accounted for in the forecasting.
Yeah, so I'll take on that one for you and hopefully give you a solid answer here. For the areas that have those building codes, we are still not continuing to see a decline in consumption. And so while new connections are coming on, the meter records that are the consumption and usage in those areas still reflect whatever's happening from those building codes, and we're not seeing a decrease in consumption.
Okay, thanks. So you're basically saying that from what you've monitored, the 2018 or 2022 building codes don't actually have any type of impact.
What I'm saying is they've not decreased consumption, right? They certainly could have changed overall load profiles from a time of day or other characteristic. But the gas that's being pulled from the system to meet customers' needs is not going down.
Okay, thank you. That is helpful. And I just had one other question. I'm also struggling a little bit with understanding your standard deviation practice for the reference low and high forecast, particularly when it comes to DSM. So I'm wondering if the DSM is only accounted for in your regular forecast, how can the low forecast standard deviation be accurate if it's not also accounting for DSM?
Yeah, Rob, can you help on that one with the standard deviation of the low forecast?
Yeah, I'm not familiar with the DSM side, but I could say for the those lines generated for figure 4, that's looking at the heating degree day versus demand plot and sorting out the average deviation along that plot, and generating the low and high forecast is taking that average and subtracting two standard deviations to generate that low, adding two standard deviations to generate that high. So it's looking at just what the historical meter volumes have been, not looking particularly at anything else, whether there's been some effects on the DSM side or not. If it starts to get incorporated into meter records, then it would be, so said previously, baked into these records, but it's not like added as a separate factor to adjust these values.
Oh, okay. I guess my question maybe more specifically then is how did you make the decision to include DSM in the regular forecast, but not the low forecast?
So, and Rob, correct me if I'm misspoken here, but in the standard deviation for high and low are based off of the average forecast. The average forecast includes what our current DSM profile is. So in a roundabout way, we do have the inclusion of our existing DSM in the low and high. We do not have inclusion of additional or less DSM in the lower high, because this is what we have for our current DSM program. Does that make sense, Gabriel?
Yes, I think it does. Yes, that answers my question. Thank you. And that's all I had.
Thank you. And I think there was somebody from, maybe Leslie, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. So I have, I guess, a process question and an actual question regarding forecasting. I wanted to know do you think that we will see more of an impact on forecasting in the following GIP with regards to construction allowances within your territory and the reduction or limit on construction allowances? Do you foresee an impact in the near future that we can probably notice or see a difference in your following GIP?
Leslie, so far we've not seen any change in activity due to the changes in construction allowances. So we're monitoring it closely, and we will continue to until we do. I wouldn't say that we would necessarily see any changes in our GIP until behavior starts to change.
Yeah, and I think you just to add on to that, you got to think about these construction planners are very long time developed projects. Think about a new neighborhood that's going in. The developers plan those out for years and years and years. And so what we're seeing right now is the projects that are moving forward have already been planned out for, a long time ago. So it'll be a very long time before you really start to see really any changes, if there's any changes to the line extension policy and how the developers react. You also got to think there's a lot that goes into the price of a home. And the line extension is just one cost that a developer would include into the price of a home. And I would probably argue that's probably a minor cost. And there's so much other macro factors going on right now with interest rates, supply and demand that really impact whether or not a developer is going to move forward with a project or not.
Okay, thank you. And my next question, and I don't know if I should wait to ask it, but it's in regard with coils. Are we going to address coils later on? Or,
Yes, we will talk about
Okay.
coils later on.
all right, then I'll wait. All right, thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Okay, we are going to move into broadly the system planning and modeling section. So heading back up to page 9 of your filing. Actually, let me just double check that. Sorry, there's a discrepancy between my PDF page number and the actual page numbers. So let me make sure. Yeah, all right. So starting on page 9, so we're in the system planning and infrastructure modeling process in the system safety and integrity projects. At the top of page 9, you say 36% of the gas distribution main was installed prior to 1970 or an unknown decade. The same is true of more than 88% of your gas transmission pipeline and 31% of the gas distribution services. So my question related to that is, what is the time horizon you have for completing the assessment, kind of making these unknowns knowns? Is there a date that you'll be finishing that?
Don't know that we have our safety team on to answer that. Unless, Chris, you've got any idea.
I don't, Mike. That's what I was going to say as well. We don't have the right resources on the call to answer that question.
Okay. Maybe you can talk a little bit more broadly across these 2 pages. You state a couple times sort of this challenge associated with both conducting assessments on the system, implementing risk mitigation interventions on parts of the system you've already addressed, implementing, I don't want to call them like surprise things, but things that are, coming up that you're not planning for years in advance. And that challenge is kind of pinned to prioritizing internal and external resources. You state that that's financial, human, material. Can you just talk a little bit more about the specifics of this challenge and sort of how it's been impacting your system safety infrastructure planning?
Not sure really how to answer your question there, Jesse. I mean, it is the balance that every pipeline operator in the world has, right? It's what's happening that's emergent that you have to take care of, and this is really just trying to talk through all of the different factors that go into operating a pipeline system. What's emergent that you have to take care of right now? What's coming down the pipeline? What do you need to do to understand your assets? How do you improve your knowledge base, et cetera, so that you can make better informed decisions? That's really what this section is talking to. So I'm not certain that I understand your question.
Yeah, I think that the way that it was portrayed across these pages was like an active challenge, but maybe the way you're answering it is this is like the business as usual way that pipelines are operated. There's always this challenge. And if that's true, then maybe I was just kind of reading it through the lens of like, oh shoot, they're telling us there's a challenge. Let's figure that out. But if that's not the case, maybe that's not the case.
Yeah, this is really just really trying to help everybody understand the business as usual, right? There's not a specific challenge that we're trying to call out here. There could be one today while we're on this call that, the feds decide they want to issue a proposed rule today, and a year from now we're doing something different. But that's really just the business as usual.
All right, thanks. That's a helpful clarification. Okay, so moving on to, I think this is all I really had about system safety. Moving on to capacity expansion. So, oh, this was a little
Excuse
bit,
me.
sorry?
Excuse me. Hi, Jesse. It's Leslie
Hi.
from UCA again. Sorry to interrupt you. I have a quick question regarding system safety.
Okay, I'm gonna go through the sort of 4 different types of projects I have: system safety, capacity expansion, mandatory relocation, and new business. And then we'll go ahead and get questions, just so in case you have another one on mandatory relocation, you can get it all at once. Does that work?
Okay, thank you.
Great. And I think we'll be able to wrap up this section before lunch, so we should be good with that.
Great, thanks.
Thank you for flagging that. So could you just explain, I was just with familiarity on page 11, you mentioned a peak grain drying model. What is that? I was not familiar with that type of model.
Yeah, I can probably answer that one. So with some of our systems, if they have like a heavy agricultural like customer base, then the peak design day for that system might not be in winter, which is typical for the majority of our systems. It might be closer to like October, November, when those grain dryers are going at max power. So for those specific models, we would include a design day for that specific scenario.
Okay, that's much more literal than I thought it was going to be. Okay, thank you. Could you talk a little bit about which okay, yeah, this is, I don't think directly reflected in here, but I just had a quick question, because it does seem like for capacity expansion in the forecasting you just talked about, it's pretty meter related. Do you have any advanced metering infrastructure in your system?
What are you referring to as advanced metering, Jesse? We may have different definitions here.
Yeah, I think my definition would be sort of a type of meter used on your gas system, used on a customer account that is able to maybe get hourly or whatever granularity, 15-minute, 1 hour meter reads, as opposed to your more traditional monthly read or daily.
Yeah, so the Front Range area of Colorado, also known as the legacy Black Hills areas, do have a AMI technology meter. Most of the rest of the footprint is an AMR technology that is more similar to the once a month poll.
Okay. And then just to be clear, do you have any types of meters that aren't the 2 that I described, right? You said, asked me to define, like, do you have any 3rd or 4th definitions that you have meters that I didn't quite cover?
Yeah, so I think as you move into some of our large customers, they've got flow count meters with much more frequent polling, meters at take points and things of that nature that operate differently than a traditional AMI, AMR. But from a general customer base, of which 99% residential, right? It's either AMI or AMR.
And then what's the split? So you said the Front Range, Legacy Black Hills is AMI, rest is AMR. I'm sure I could go across. Well, actually, I don't know that I saw a table with customer numbers, but even if I did, can you give a quick percentage of what does that equate to across that residential customer base? Is it, 50-50, some other number?
I don't have those numbers for you, Jesse. I'm checking to see if anybody on the call does.
Yeah, I don't have it either off the top of my head. There's different pockets there for the base rate areas. Castle Rock area is our kind of large area with our largest number. I don't know if I have a percentage there.
I mean, we could, totally caveat what I'm about to say with, maybe entirely wrong here, but 50-50 is probably a close guess. But could be entirely wrong there, Jesse.
No worries. Okay. No more questions on capacity expansion for now. So moving into mandatory relocation, I definitely understanding that this feels a little bit, out of your direct scope. As you mentioned, right, this is kind of coming from another entity. Could you just give a little bit of narrative of like, what is the range of advance notice you're getting? Like, are things like this is happening next week, or are we more talking this is happening next year? How many of these are you doing a year? And then, when you're doing these projects, maybe let's start there. What's kind of like, what's the sort of range of notice you could be getting for these projects?
Yeah, so the range of notice, Jesse, I think I would say from about 3 weeks out to potentially 4 to 5 years out. There's a lot of the larger entities that we deal with, CDOT, El Paso County, Douglas County, the larger entities across the state tend to have much further planning in their horizon. As we move into some of our smaller territories or something emerges, a road washes out, right? Something like that. It could be down to 2 hours. But as you get into the smaller territories, those tend to not be as well planned.
Yeah, that makes sense. And then any sort of, I'm sure it's like really different year to year. Like you said, a bad weather year could really make there be more. But do you have any sense, like, are there a dozen of these happening a year? Or are there two? Is it like super, super diverse? Just, interested in kind of what you guys are facing here.
Yeah, it's pretty diverse. I would say that generally any type of large relocation, there are not very many of those in any given year. Small relocations, town wants to put in a water tap for something, and they thereby create about 2 hours worth of work for us. I mean, those things, maybe up to a dozen a year, but.
That makes sense. And then I guess this would be new, right? Because we
I would just
haven't.
say, sorry, Jesse, yeah, some of the major ones, right? Like we put in the plan, there's a major one in Glenwood Springs.
Sure.
They're rebuilding a whole bridge. Those don't happen that frequently. And so, like kind of like Chris was talking about, there's a lot of real small ones, those street repairs and street moves, but the big ones, like a bridge redo, those are not that frequent.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense to me. I guess as I was writing this question, now sort of looking at it later, I'm realizing this is the first gas infrastructure plan. You might not know, but I was curious, sort of when these projects are coming up, how often is it that it's sort of like the 1-for-1 replacement of like, right, we need 2 hours of work, it's a week of work, it's not hitting this like huge project. How often is it 1-to-1 versus like how often do you get there and say, oh, we didn't know something about the material, or like how often does it merge and or sort of move into, I don't know, I guess a safety project or a capacity expansion project? Does that make sense? And I think this is fully curiosity. I recognize this is a little bit outside the rules, so only want you to answer what you can, but I'm kind of imagining with this large percent of the system sort of unknown and all, how often is it pure relocation and how often do you see like, hey, while we're here, we may as well fix these things?
I would say more often than not, Jesse, we go into them with a fairly good idea of what the scope is going to be. There are opportunities that we will, get into something and find a more long-term cost-effective opportunity for the customers. We had one this year where the town of Castle Rock had a relo for us, and as we got into it, we discovered that as opposed to just moving a small chunk of pipe, we could move and replace a chunk with PE and get rid of some old steel. and in so doing that, ultimately keep the cost down because the town was coming in to redo the concrete in the alleyway anyway. So we didn't end up having to incur those costs to the customers. So we took advantage of getting that work done. It wasn't really a capacity thing, and more of an integrity move to get rid of the poor performing steel. But more often than not, we go in with a pretty good understanding what our scope is.
Okay, thank you. All right, last sort of section on new business. There were some new terms, which I think I understand, but could you just describe this blanket term? You were kind of saying like there's sort of your capital new business is like a discrete new customer is coming online, and then there are blanket customers or blanket costs. I guess my question is like, how many customers fit in a blanket? When does an individual customer leave a blanket? What do you consider a blanket? You know, maybe I'll let you guys talk through that. I think I was following along, but could just use some more narrative around that. And this is sort of on page, where are we? 13.
I was going to ask me, help us show where it is. We use blanket. There's kind of lots of terms of how we use the word blanket. So,
yeah, so I'm looking at page 16 and 17. There's two types, discrete and blankets. Blankets are generally simpler. Budget for blankets is developed using a 2-year average investment. I just like, is there a place where could you describe the scope? Is it like at $3 million we move from blanket into discrete, or kind of what are we looking at here when we talk about, really it's just the second sentence in new business, thus consistent with other gas projects. There are two types of capital funding for new business, discrete and blanket. If you can give some quantification around that, that'd be really helpful.
Yeah, it's mostly related to like our capital planning process for how we forecast and plan out capital projects. Some of our bigger projects, they're discretely planned. You know the project, you know the exact location of it. We've got a whole scope of work. The engineering team, right, does a design and scope of work. Blankets are for the type of projects that we don't necessarily have the specific details on, but we know that they're going to happen every single year. So think about like meter replacements. All right, we know we're going to replace a certain amount of meters based upon our meter relocation project. So when we do our capital budgeting and our capital planning, we kind of group those together and we call it a blanket to say, well, we're going to have a blanket for all meter replacements, as an example. Then when the team goes in and kind of starts to perform the work, they start to open up individual work orders and specific work orders to a specific project. So that kind of the general term there for, blankets are more for those more routine type projects, routine type of business that we know is going to happen every single year. And then versus more of the discrete projects are those kind of more planned projects that we do.
Great, thank you. Mike, do you have any questions on this section?
No questions.
All right, Leslie, I know you had a question, so I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah, my question was with regard to AMLD, and there was a brief description within the gas infrastructure plan of what the AMLD program that the company is trying to implement, and that was presented at more length within the clean heat plan is. But I was wondering, was this by design, or was it because of the pending proceeding that there was no more information regarding this program within the SCIP?
So Leslie, I'm having a little bit of a hard time hearing you, but But I think I understood your question. At the time that we filed this GIP, we weren't to the place of moving forward with GIP or with AMLD. That's included in our clean heat plan, which is another filing that we have. And so we talk about AMLD extensively on the clean heat side, but not within here. And just to kind of backtrack a moment, Jesse, we did get official numbers. So 48% to 52% AMI versus AMR. So we were pretty close at 50-50. Did I answer your question, Leslie?
So yeah, it seems to me like it's by design then, but yeah, I guess it was because of the pending proceeding, but I think this is something that we should consider also including maybe for future GIPs when there's programs even that are part or covered within the clean heat plan. This is supposed to, the GIP is supposed to be intrinsically tied to the clean heat plan. So maybe I would either suggest or request that there's a little bit more information even in other proceedings, as this being one of the requirements in the statute for the content of a gas infrastructure. Thank you.
Yeah, so I would say, Leslie, rather than saying it was by design, it was by timing, right? When we were working through our clean heat plan, which came after this, that's when we ultimately determined the methods that we would use for energy or for emissions reductions. And that's when AMLD shook out. So it's more a timing issue than an intent issue. We understood that the GIP filing asked about AMLD, but we were not in a place at that point to know what we were going to be doing.
Okay, thank you.
I would just add, Leslie, yeah, and we agree with you. We should be adding kind of those other those proceedings to tie it in. I think the GIP is kind of intended to look at that holistic picture. So if we have another proceeding like the clean heat that we're working on and have some infrastructure plans in the clean heat, just like we do for the SSIR, right? We can tie those together. And Chris was right. I mean, regarding the AMLD, we had proposed it in the clean heat, but we didn't know if the commissioner is going to approve it. We still don't know. It's actually still pending as we sit here today. So assuming it will get approved, yeah, it would show up in the next GIP filings.
Okay, thank you.
All right, does anyone from the Colorado Energy Office have any questions on the section?
No, I don't have any questions on this topic. Thank you.
Okay, great. Let's see. I'm wondering out loud. We have 7 minutes till noon. I'm just going to start on the next section, and then we'll make a hard stop at noon, just to go to lunch till 1. But I think I can get through quite a bit of these pretty quickly. The first question. So I'm moving on into the capital or the planned projects, capital cost projections, cost estimate classification index, starting on page 17. And this question, depending, might just take us right up to lunch. Could you explain table 4 and table 5? I was getting, there were just a lot of dimensions, and I was getting confused about, you have tier 1, tier 2, class 1 through 5, year 1 through 5. And then in table 4, and then in table 5, we kind of break that down further into maturity level, accuracy range. Someone could just explain what's going on in these tables and how, yeah, that would be really helpful.
Yeah, so starting with table 4. So basically we start with a class 5 estimate for any tier 1 or tier 2 project. And basically, as we approach project design, we're through engineering and then construction, we continuously refine the estimate down and down to where basically plus or minus 5%. at the time we're ready to execute the project. And then that's basically, and then moving on to table 5, that's kind of explaining what is built into that estimate. So a class 5 estimate is basically just a concept, and this is roughly what we want to do and where we want to do it. And then as we refine further and further, we might pick a better route, or say, oh, we need to do an HDD here, and start factoring in some of those costs. And then from there, hopefully, we have approval to continue with the project. And that's where we probably start doing engineering design and really nail down, this is where we're tapping, this is how we're tying in, this is where, the pipe's going to go, exact entry and exit pits. And then from there, the class 2 is basically getting a bid from a contractor to do the work for construction costs. And then the class 1 is essentially kickoff, and where budget is defined at that point, plus or minus 5%.
Okay, and so is there a reason in the tier 1, so this is table 4, tier 1, column 2, it goes class 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 1, and then tier 2 goes class 5, 5, 3, 2. Is there any reason why it just, can you explain why I don't just go 1 through 5, 1 through 5?
Yeah, excuse me, I can take that one. So it's due to complexity. So as you look at those tier 1 projects, the amount of planning that it takes on a $15+ million project is just higher. So we tend to scrutinize those a little further out, and tier 2 is just a little bit less complex usually. So as we get closer, in both cases, we may know more about them, but we don't require, as you will, a class 1 on a tier 2.
Thank you. So how low do you need to get? I guess is maybe the question, before you pull out a construction team, before you're like actually doing work here. Like, would you ever start? I don't want to get, some of this is marked as confidential, but I want to be broad. Would you ever start a tier 2 project that's still class 5? Or are you trying to get it? Do you internally need to get to a level of accuracy before you feel comfortable starting your project?
I would say in all cases, we want to feel pretty comfortable about the project before we would start. But from a complexity standpoint, it tends to, that level of comfort maybe tends to come a little quicker with lower tier projects.
So then can you tell me, maybe we could just go, it seems like you've only presented tier 1 and tier 2. Maybe you could just answer, like, for tier 1 projects, we would need to get to class blank before starting the project. For tier 2 projects, we would need to get to class blank before starting the project. And I ask this because, if there's $15 million on the line with 50% accuracy, that could be $22 million on the line if you're just starting there. So that's sort of why I'm trying to understand how this works.
Yeah. So if you were to look at the timing, the years 1 through 5, that would mean how far out we're planning that project. So if we are planning 5 years from now to do a tier 1 project, at that point, we would like to know within around a 50% accuracy range, 5 years prior to starting, what the level of impact that would be. So as it gets closer to execution, our level of confidence in the project would inherently increase with that. Does that answer your question?
I have a couple, I think I have at least one more follow-up. So that's, okay, that was another thing I was wondering about. It's not like all tier one projects aren't on a 5-year timeline. But if you had just, you know, a hypothetical tier one project that you needed to do in 2 years for whatever reason, it would become, you would need to get it to class one, is what you're saying.
Yes, if we had a tier one project that got into the plan, to your point, for whatever reason, we would bypass the other classes and go straight to a class one.
Okay. I don't think I have any follow-ups. This makes sense to me. It's 12:01, so let us regroup at 1 p.m. Enjoy your lunch. Just wanting to say this is going to keep recording, so you can either leave the meeting or make sure you're muted. So enjoy lunch, and we'll talk in an hour.
Good.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Hope you had a good lunch. I think I'll wait for a couple of folks from Black Hills to signal that you're back on the line, and then we can go ahead and continue with our questions. So I think, let's see, maybe Chris, Mike, or Emmanuel, you guys are sort of the...
We are back and ready to go.
All right, thanks so much.
And
all
Jesse,
right.
this is Tom Dixon. I just want to let you know I've joined. I'm the second team because I've been on a hearing this morning, and Kate and Leslie have to get into a meeting beginning at this afternoon. So I'll be covering the rest of the workshop.
Excellent. Thanks for letting us know, Tom. All right, we're going to start where we left off. So I'm moving on to, so I guess the next couple of sections, it's broadly in order, but there were a few times where I kind of grouped things topically, so fell a little bit out of order, but trying to stay by topic. So next we will go to, on page 20, you talked about doing some brief stakeholder outreach with town administrators, city councils, etc. You said you gave an overview describing the GIP, what is to be expected to be achieved through the filing of the GIP, and how the company is responding and adapting to the recently adopted rules, plus high-level information on the projects. Is there a way that you could provide, an overview of kind of how those conversations went? Were there common questions or feedback that you received during this brief outreach that was related to the GIP?
So I do apologize. I'm not sure that we've got anyone on the call that is familiar with the outreach that has occurred and what that looked like and can answer questions to that.
Okay. Would there be any way that, if there were notes that were taken in that meeting or sort of a summary of outcomes? I think it's, we're hoping to kind of learn how this is going for utilities as you sort of socialize this new application for the first time. So, if there is any record of or notes or summary, if that's something you could provide, maybe you could let me know if that's something you'd be able to provide.
Yes, I will dig into it and see what I can track down. And to the extent I've got, we will provide whatever we can.
All right, thank you. Okay, moving back into the system safety and integrity, there's a methodology section, sort of spans, there's some things in the teen pages and then some things again starting in the 30s. So there's a table, let's see. Yeah, table on page 15, but, oh, no, we don't need to go through that. Yeah, maybe let's start on the bottom of 15. You talk about there are two methods by which you set a budget for these projects. You call it method 1, planned program or of prescriptive or regulatory required work, and then method 2, which looks like other integrity work that is not prescriptive but necessary to ensure safe and reliable operations. Can you talk about sort of how those two budgets are set, how they intersect, what types of projects fall on those budgets? Just maybe, yeah, give a little bit more narrative to those different methods and how they're showing up.
Yeah, so with the first method that you see listed there, those are projects that occur on a set time frame and interval due to federal regulations, or due to a one-time event that has a future window associated with it in the federal regulations. So, for example, our MAOP reconfirmations, those we are required to have a certain percentage done by a certain amount of time. And so those things we can understand and forecast forward and plan for those. our IMP assessments, smart tool investigations of our transmission pipelines. Those things happen at a given interval, and so we can plan for those and have those in a long-term plan. When you look at other integrity work that is not prescriptive, right, as we use the word, those are items like leak repairs that that we discovered a leak, we need to fix it. We know through a run rate of how much of these types of activities we're going to encounter, and so we budget dollars associated with that type of activity without a specific work location in mind.
Okay. Great. So,
Jesse,
sure.
Sorry to interrupt you. I was just wondering if we could maybe jump back to your first question on the stakeholder outreach and stakeholder engagement.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, I just wanted to add a little bit of commentary, especially for the commission advisors, other stakeholders to start to think about, because it's been a challenge for the company as we start to get more and more of these filings, more and more of these requirements. The commission and parties are expecting some type of stakeholder outreach, and so. Think about with clean heat, energy efficiency, now this GIP plan, rate cases even. So I can see I see a challenge that is kind of starting to happen as to how do we best do this? How do we best reach out to our customers? How do we best engage with these stakeholders? I can tell you that their attention span is very limited. And yet the desire to go reach out to folks is great. And so what we are struggling with a little bit as a company is trying to find that right balance. I can tell you, we can't go out and have meetings with city leaders every month. They won't even take our calls, right? So how often do we need to engage and when do we engage on different programs is really important. And again, we can't just go out and do it every week, every month on every type of little thing. So I flagged that, I guess, Jesse, for you and the advisors and maybe for the commission to start to think about how can we better or how should we better engage the community more holistically rather than on an individual little case-by-case basis here. And I'll give you an example in our settlement agreement, which is pending before the commission right now on clean heat. Staff had a good idea, came up with, and what we agreed to is to develop a more of a plan, kind of how we're going to engage. And as we start to develop that plan, how do we incorporate other things like energy efficiency, this gas infrastructure plan? I think we're starting to think about how can we do this more holistically rather than case by case, one-off basis.
Yeah, thank you for raising that. I think a little bit outside of this named proceeding, I've also been working a lot on the miscellaneous docket with respect to Senate Bill 272, and a lot of these same themes came up. And I think one of the through lines that you mentioned and we heard a lot was just people outside of the regulatory space don't and really shouldn't need to think about, oh, I really care about proceeding number, because that is not how people think, right? And so I think right now, right, there aren't prescriptive requirements that you need to do everything separately. So I also, I like the idea of figuring out how to engage the community holistically and understanding what your customers need based on their needs, not based on your applications. I think that it's probably the job of the utility and the regulators to be translating customer needs into applications and not the other way around. There's no need for them to be versed on the specific names of applications. So thank you for raising that. Obviously still a conversation, just something I've heard a lot as well. I think it's it falls on a lot of people in this room and other similar regulatory rooms to figure out how to do better by that.
Yep. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. So moving back to system safety, I've got a number of questions sort of on, I think it's a TIP model. I just want to be clear, you didn't share a model with us anywhere. Like you talked about like sub threats and how you determine some variables. I didn't miss anywhere that actually shows, like, there's not a spreadsheet anywhere or a version of the model. I just wanted to double check.
That is correct, Jesse.
Okay. And was this a model that was created within Black Hills, or was this sort of like an industry model that you use federally, or sort of, yeah, what's the basis of this model?
So Jesse, I gave you a very high level answer. We didn't bring our temp folks along with us for the meeting thing. We can certainly reach out and see about getting them plugged in to give you the details. But really, it's a model that evaluates the risk against the transmission system to help you identify the areas that you need to take the most immediate action and prioritize which actions you're taking. So it is unique to each company because everybody's risks are different.
Okay. When you say each company, you mean like every gas utility that exists has a different set of risks? Okay.
Every gas utility that has a transmission system has to evaluate the risk against their transmission system. We cannot take PSCO's risks and call those ours, right? Those are PSCO's. We have to evaluate our system and determine the risks on our system.
And so is there a common set of risks that are used, or is it possible that you just have totally different risks? Like, that's a little bit hard to understand when there's, a pretty similar and often federally preempted gas system here, how it's so different. So yeah, I just maybe want to learn more about that.
I'll give you an example, Jesse. In a transmission line that we might have in the mountains of Colorado could have a risk exposed to landslide activity. That risk may not exist for a pipeline operator operating in New York City, right? Everybody has to evaluate the risks against their system.
That makes sense. So, okay.
If I may, the company's risk model was actually provided to the commission in our SSIR proceeding in 2021. I believe it was a confidential attachment that was presented in that proceeding. It kind of detailed, my recollection was right, it actually evaluated segments of the pipe down to the 10th of a mile. So very specific breakdowns of our entire system. And the other pieces in our O&M manuals, the distribution integrity management plan and the transmission integrity management plan are both parts of our O&M manuals and describes the risks that are evaluated for distribution system, transmission system, I believe storage, and there may be another grouping as well, but.
Okay, that's helpful. I'll go ahead and take a look at that filing. So
Jesse, this is Tom. I'm missing the hand raising. I'm sorry, but
no worries.
We get involved in those cases with Black Hills, and we're very familiar with their manuals, their plans, and as he states, they are quite detailed. They are unique to their company because of their geographics, whether it's a city, different cities, or requirements for the cities or municipalities. So. They are very detailed, and they are scrutinized by our office as well as the staff and the commission itself when these cases are heard. So the commission is pretty much aware of those various manuals. Although I understand you may not be as familiar with them, but I just want to give you some comfort that they are very heavily scrutinized.
Oh yeah, no, thank you. I just am still relatively new enough in this role to not know that that's been filed elsewhere. So. Thank you for letting me know, and I will go give it a look and appreciate the backing of that. So with that, just at a high level, how often are you assessing your whole system? Like, recognizing you have a pretty big and diverse system, is there like a cadence by which you try to have, I don't want to say eyes, but assessment on the whole thing, or how does that work?
From an IMP perspective, be it SIMP, temp, or DIMP, we'd need to get those experts to come and talk to those different programs. We are ultimately consumers of data and outputs, but we're not the group to talk about running the risk models.
Okay. Okay, and I guess not like running the model, but I guess the question is like, you know, if there's a, I don't know, I don't live in your territory, but there's a pipeline outside my window. Would I expect, like, can you say is there like every 7 years we try to do the whole system, or like every 20 years we would expect to be able to look at the whole system, or, you know, not like, or hey, in a city we're reviewing it every 2 years, or in a rural area it's less, or any sort of narrative around that? And it's very okay if no. I'm just kind of wondering if there's
trying to help you down that path there as best I can, Jesse. I mean, there's a lot of different activities that we're required to do under 49 CFR 192. A lot of different continuing surveillance, patrols, leak survey activities that put us eyes on the system in various different locations at different time intervals. But at the greatest interval, the largest window of time eyes on the system would be 5 years. At the narrowest window, it would be quarterly.
Okay.
Does that kind of help you?
That is the question. Yeah. That's helpful. So great. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Again, yeah, I'm going to ask this and also fully expect you guys to say it's in the SSIR filing. You mentioned 70 sub-threats, or like, you know, all these unique to your unique risks. As you're learning more about your system, right, it's kind of sounding like with some like recent federal changes and whatnot, you're needing to sort of, learn more about the system. Has there been any instances where you've sort of changed the relative weight of a threat? And I think I'm asking something, you know, like, say you like discovered this type of pipeline material that you didn't know there was a ton of, right? When you're talking about this part of the system you didn't know, does that like, is this a dynamic assessment tool? Maybe is what I'm asking. And kind of as you're uncovering some of these unknowns, is the team reactive to some of these changes or some of these new risks, I might say, as they get discovered?
Yeah, so again, you know, any level of depth here, Jesse, is going to be, I think, out of the conversation for today because we don't have those folks on the call. But we do have annual reviews, SME reviews of the risks of the system, where we provide feedback on things that have come through that we've identified, new finds, understandings of the system, understandings of the environment in which the system is in, that are given to those engineering teams. Those engineering teams then incorporate them in their manner and help produce the results. But for the details on that, that's, again, we don't have those folks on the call.
Totally fine. Okay, thank you. Right, this is one more question that I'm guessing you don't have the right folks on the line for. And this would be one that I maybe would actually want to follow up with, whether it's via writing or something. I was just having a bit of trouble on page 35, kind of wading through the number of terms that showed up. And I'm not going to read it. I won't read it out loud, but terms like likelihood of failure, likelihood score, consequence of failure, overall pipeline segment risk score, consequence score, threat consequence, asset consequence, and relative risk score. These are all things that I think I could probably, left to my own devices, assign a definition to, but I did not want to do that because I could get that wrong. And I think some of them sort of felt overlapping, like the consequence of failure felt maybe similar to the threat consequence, and the likelihood of consequence maybe you felt failure, similar to the threat consequence. So just, yeah, are there folks on the line to explain all these different things? And if not, can we follow up sort of with some sort of a definitions page or something like, a visual of how these equations work together?
Yeah, we can follow up with you on that, Jesse.
Okay, I think like kind of what I'm envisioning is like if you're thinking of like an equation sheet, right, where it like defines these terms and like tells you how they're calculated with respect to each other, which dependent variables are there, sort of what is this like, yeah, that would be really helpful to know. So we can skip those, but if that's something that you guys can sort of get filed in the next month or so, that would be super helpful. All right, I'm gonna go through a couple more of these questions, and again, it's okay if you don't have the answer, but I just want to ask in case. Is there anyone on the line that would be able to present the results of some of these? Like on the top of page 36 actually seemed really interesting. The results are stored in a geodatabase that can be presented in a variety of ways, viewed as a large table, on a map, or in a combined approach. Seemed to they can be color coded, viewed on a map. I don't know. Seemed interesting. Wondering if that's something that we could get going either now or in a confidential session, just to kind of see what it looks like.
Yeah, I don't think we have anybody on that could show that. I can drop a note out and see if we can get somebody to join us.
Okay, and I'm guessing that would be something you'd want confidential because of the mapping.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely.
All right, cool. And then it seems like this, obviously, TIMP, this is for transmission planning. Is the distribution planning, and then you mentioned a SIMP, I don't know what the S stands for. Are those sort of parallel to this? I don't see them in here. So just wondering, are they parallel processes, or is there anything that we should know about those other two that aren't provided
They're
here?
equivalent, yeah, they're equivalent, but not of conversation really for this hearing, based off of ownership of the asset. But SIMP is storage integrity management.
Got it. Thank you. That is very helpful. 37. Oh yeah. On the top of page 30 or bottom of page 37, you say phase 1 of the mega rule applies to Black Hills steel transmission pipelines. What is the mega rule?
You want to answer, Chris, or you want me to?
Go for it, Sean.
So I guess the mega rule was ruling that there are new rules that came out from PHMSA federally a few years ago, basically requiring any transmission pipeline operator, if you were lacking traceable, verifiable, and complete records of the transmission line, to reconfirm the MAOP of that line via hydro test. And basically the cutoffs are 50% by, is it 2030, Chris, and then 100% by 2035?
That's correct. By 2028 and 2035.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, I got my years wrong, but yes, it still applies.
Okay, that's helpful. Then I think probably to do with the same rule, it says that Black Hills has identified approximately 15.19 miles of transmission requiring this type of reconfirmation. How many? So are you done assessing? Is it 15.19 total, or do you expect there to be more once you finish your assessment?
The assessment has been completed, and that is the amount that needs to be reconfirmed.
Got it. Okay. And is this figure in any way correlated to the 88% of the gas transmission pipeline that you said that was installed prior to 1970 or in an unknown decade, or is that a different sort of tracking requirement?
That, I guess that those two requirements are separate from each other.
Okay.
That percentage is independent of MAOP reconfirmation, I should say.
Okay. Okay. Cool. Let's see. Okay, excellent. So now on page 38, sort of final set of questions about MAOP. It seems like you say there's 6 methods identified to reconfirm MAOP. These questions might probably will show you that I'm not totally steeped in what actually reconfirming MAOP could look like for full scope, but it seems like just based on these sort of numbered methods that some of them, there seems like there's a mix of assessment methods and action methods. So for example, 1 and 3 that sort of say pressure test in conjunction with your material verification or engineering critical assessments, those seem like an assessment, like a pre-action step, whereas some of them seem like action steps. So numbers 2, 4, and 5, right? Replace the pipe, reduce pressure. There are kind of 2 different ways you said you do that. Can you explain, am I understanding something wrong where it seems like some of this you're just like doing a test and others you're going out and replacing a pipe. How are these methods utilized or chosen between, and sort of they seem like they have different impacts, right? Depending on which method you pick. So can you just talk me through how you pick between these 6, what that entails, and yeah.
I guess for example, in some cases, if it's a line for let's say out in the Northeast where it's a small diameter and there's not that many services on it, the option to just reduce pressure to make the line basically not be a transmission line anymore has been taken. So that would be basically number 2. And then for number 1, that's usually what we'll do is we will perform a pressure test, and then in conjunction with that, we'll take cylinders from the line, the existing pipe in the ground, and then destructively test it to verify the material properties of that pipe. And then engineering critical assessments, we've used that to some success on some of our western slope, where we basically we're reviewing the documents we've already found in our data improvement and locating more sometimes. And by doing that, we've removed miles of pipe needing to be reconfirmed. And then pipe replacement, we haven't, honestly, pressure testing is usually what we end up doing because it's more economical than replacing pipe. And then for pressure reduction, I guess I already kind of covered that with number 2. And then for number 6, we haven't really explored alternative technology. The way the rules are written, we have to pressure test the pipe. That's the goal, and reconfirm MAOP.
Okay, that's helpful. So there's sort of, this makes it's a situational assessment of if this, then, and you'll make your way through 1 through 6. That's helpful to know. This may have been this was my last ranking methodology MAOP question. So Mike, do you have any questions on this?
No, not on this section.
Okay. Anyone from the UCA have questions? So Tom or Leslie, any questions on this?
Not for me. Thank you.
All right.
Actually, I just had one. When we're dealing with system safety and integrity issues, it's not unusual that you also do capacity expansion as part of those projects. Am I correct?
Tom, I would say that it's not necessarily defined one way or the other. There are numerous examples where we are just doing the assessments and the integrity work. And there are some examples where we are also addressing capacity at the same time.
Yeah, what I'm getting at is sometimes there'll be a pipe that you're replacing for safety purposes, and let's just say it's a 3-inch pipe or a 4-inch pipe, and you go ahead and include it, expand the pipe to an 8-inch pipe, and that generally is for the purpose of capacity expansion. And I think I've seen that in the past. Again, I'm not trying to suggest that's going on routinely, but that does occur. Am I correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
3-inch pipe specifically almost always results in a capacity expansion, as would 5-inch, because those are non-standard, non-typical pipes that are you can't work on. And so going smaller would typically result in capacity issues with existing customers, and almost exclusively those will be upsized in order to be a workable size piece of pipe. And prevent having capacity issues.
And I agree. I understand that there are pipes that are changed in size, like 3-inch is now pretty much replaced with 4-inch and the like. But what I'm getting at is where, again, we go from a 3-inch to a 4-inch versus going from a 3-inch to an 8-inch. And that's where I'm talking about a capacity expansion, where the pipe goes beyond what's the most similar pipe to something bigger.
Yeah, that does occur, Tom.
Okay. Do you actually reflect that in your reporting? For example, I'll give you an indication. This is our third go round on these workshops. Colorado Natural Gas identified a project where it was expanding the capacity as well as the safety engineering. So it allocated 40% of the project to capacity expansion, 60% to safety. Do you do something like that?
We do. And we actually have one that's in our plan that we'll talk about later as well. That is that very same scenario.
Okay, good. Thank you. That's helpful.
Awesome. Thank you. All right, moving on to the alternatives analysis section. First, thank you for putting out this sort of template for your non-pipeline alternative analysis. It was interesting to read through. My first question is, were you able to work with any third parties or sort of consult any available resources to develop this non-pipeline alternative, or was it sort of fully in-house? And the reason I ask is, again, like pretty pure curiosity. I feel like if you Google, like gas non-pipeline alternative, there's like, so many things that show up. And so sort of just wondering, like, from your perspective as the ones that actually have, wade through this and kind of make a real outcome here, did you find any of those helpful? Yeah, just sort of how was the resources available to you as you went and kind of developed this new tool?
My understanding is that the non-pipeline alternatives was done in-house.
Okay. Is there anyone on the line that worked on that I can ask more specific questions to?
Yeah, so depending upon which aspect of it you're wanting to speak to, Jesse, Sean Brown and myself can speak to CNG trailers. Some of the other options that don't know that we have the folks on the line for those conversations.
Okay, funnily enough, I had no questions about CNG trailers. So we're just gonna move ahead with that. But again, this might be something that we'd want to follow up on, because I think, yeah, again, this, like Tom said, this is our third sort of in this different format where it's not a commissioner or ALJ led process, and you're the first utility to put forward a non-pipeline alternatives analysis. So yeah, I was pretty excited about it, but that's okay. So let's see. In page 41, figure 6. You sort of have this like 2-stick diagram of like, can we do this and can we not do it? Can you quantify what it means for the non-pipeline alternative to be implemented with sufficient time to delay, reduce, or avoid the proposed project? And the reason why I ask this is I think it's been sort of a theme throughout the GIP and throughout this conversation today. And again, like, very understandable that like you don't have the crystal ball that always gives you the set number of years before you need to sort of make some of these interventions. And so with that as sort of a baseline, yeah, what does it mean to have sufficient time from your perspective, you know, waiting for risk and everything else that you might be waiting for?
Yeah, I'll use a hypothetical scenario for you, Jesse, and kind of walk through this. But as we look at our system, if a new customer were to come on, now they certainly carry the cost of coming on, but we would model our system and determine that we need to do a reinforcement job. They would ultimately be caught with the bill to do it, but that job will need to occur before the winter approaches in order to prevent affecting other customers. And so that customer would be given the bill for that reinforcement job, and we would proceed with that job because we couldn't move forward with any other NPA in time before that upcoming winter. So hypothetical, but realistic type scenario. Does that help understand that chart for you?
Yeah, may I ask one more hypothetical? Because I think that was a pretty good way to go about this. You have another situation where, you know, last heating season, you started to see that there might be some constraints. At that point, you have 10 months till the next heating season, let's say, to get that going again. Probably not 7 months. Like what constitutes enough time, right? Like maybe you're going to be 10% over, you have all these energy efficiency tools, like when, you know, like what could you give a hypothetical where you do have enough time? I think that's what I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, I'll give you a hypothetical where you could, because every scenario is going to be different, right? You know, if you know, long term, we're looking at a given town, a small town that the growth is marginally increasing. There is some potential there that we can look at energy efficiency or some of the other MPAs in order to help mitigate the need to run a new pipeline. Or something to that effect, but it would need to be something that provides sufficiently time such that the existing customers on that system aren't going to be left without gas on the coldest days of the year, right? So if we can see it coming, you know, 5 years down the road, 10 years down the road, it gives us the opportunity to affect some change in enough time to bring those loads under control. But more often than not, it's, you know, you discover an issue due to a bottleneck in a pipe or something to that effect that needs to be resolved at a quicker than 10-year time frame.
Okay.
Jump in here, Jesse. I know, Chris, you and I have talked about a recent proceeding, and the question came to mind when you were asked about system constraints that came up in the winter period. What happens when the company is aware that there's a system constraint over the course of one winter? Do you wait 5-10 years to address that, or is that done pretty quickly?
Yeah, so those are addressed immediately, Emmanuel. We try to get those constraints resolved before the next heating season. Ultimately, if those types of constraints are not resolved, either through an uprate, through a reinforcement, or something of like effect, we will end up losing customers. And I think every utility in Colorado has experienced that, and the customers are ultimately the ones that suffer on the coldest days.
Okay, so it sounds like a couple things. You're saying it probably takes 5 to 10 years to reduce load based on from energy efficiency or another non-pipeline alternative. Is that like, you don't think that's sort of an underlying assumption you're working with?
I wouldn't say it's an underlying assumption. It was a hypothetical, Jesse, right? I mean, every scenario has to be evaluated and on its own basis determine, can we affect the change quick enough to avoid this, or do we need to do something?
Okay. Yeah, at risk of being redundant, which I'm going to be, do you have a different hypothetical that could happen in less than 5 to 10 years? Just that's a really, based on what you presented, all these tables show these tier 1 and tier 2 projects coming in with 5 or less years. And so then you're in this mutually exclusive place where the capital projects you're presenting today almost do not have overlap, right, with this 5 to 10 year hypothetical. So maybe there's another one where it actually would offset something here. This is a really tough thing, I think, for gas and electric utilities generally, like these alternative measures. And so I think this is just a really good opportunity to have this kind of conversation and just sort of truly understand what we're all working with here. So if you have any other thoughts to sort of make these things more aligned, that would be great.
I don't know if I can come up with another scenario for you real quick off the top of my head, Jesse. It's not something that happens every day, right? We monitor our systems day in, day out, and we watch their performance throughout the winters. And generally speaking, these things so far, because we build our system to meet the demand, they don't occur, and then they're there, right? The demand is increased, and we do what we can on the front side to model additional loads as they come in and push those costs back to the developers and builders to bring in those reinforcements. So it's not a sit back and every 10 years let's check it type of event. We tend to hold the systems at this point at a fairly stable state.
Okay, thank you. All right, I think so. Mike had asked earlier. I'm just going to ask again. It sounds like you didn't evaluate any demand response. I think your answer before is that there aren't necessarily any technologies that would let you walk into someone's house. That is not what we're talking about. More so talking about, load shedding, where you can kind of compensate a customer to reduce their consumption by shutting off, their gas equipment, or switching to a backup fuel source for a period of time, or load shifting, which can, be accomplished by, sending out a message to customers who can shift loads to a different time period. And not an example I can give is, I used to do gas and electric efficiency before this, and we had some large customers that we'd ask to go on generators during their large heating degree days. Anything like that you guys are considering as you think about these sort of non-pipeline alternatives to sort of move your load around. Because definitely, empathize with the fact that there are a lot of customers that probably can't do this, but maybe there are a lot of customers that can. So sort of wondering what that landscape looks like for you guys.
Yeah, so Jesse, we do look at, to a degree, the ability to do that, understanding that our system is 99+% residential customers. The opportunity to make any kind of noticeable impact on a system performance during a peak day is really dependent upon having large consumption customers on that system. And an interruptible rate to which you can make those types of moves. It doesn't necessarily shake out when you've got all residential customers on a system and you're going to go around and tell everybody don't take a shower this morning before you go to work, right?
Yeah, I would just add, on the gas side, it's a little different. If you're talking about interruptible tariffs than the electric side, you got to think about the difference. I mean, you still have all the noticing issues. What's the proper way to notice customers? We do have, and we have in the past had interruptible contracts with some of our large customers. It's very, very hard to do interruptible type tariffs on residential customers. Because again, you got to talk about noticing requirements. How do you notice? When do you notice? Right. We're seeing a little bit that on the electric side now with the public power safety shutoff programs and the challenges that play. You have that same thing on the gas side. The other thing that we saw, and we saw this during Winter Storm Uri a couple years ago, when the gas prices, when it got really cold and gas prices shot up a lot, the customers didn't want to shut off their gas. Even if you wanted to notify them and have an interruptible customer, they wanted to keep their houses warm. And so there's those interruptible tariffs, they certainly have value, but it's really dependent upon the customer taking action. And then it's very difficult to work through the noticing of how do you properly notify customers, when do you notify them? So
Yeah, that makes
yeah, the last thing on the gas side is because it's gas, you have to then go through and relight. If you do shut off a customer, you have to go through and relight all the pilot lights in the homes or the neighborhood or whatever section you shut off. That takes a lot of time and money, which is a little different on the electric side. It's a little easier to shut off and turn on the electric side than it is on the gas side.
Okay. And just want to be clear, I think as we're thinking about interventions, I was more thinking about demand response and then like a time of use rate design. Fully interruptible load probably would fall to a secondary or even tertiary intervention because of all the reasons you just talked about. But I think sort of bringing more to the forefront these other two, which sounds like with residential customers it's a bit tough. But yeah, was not originally thinking fully interruptible. I know. I believe you guys have a time of use rate on your electric side. Is that something that you've ever considered with gas? I think those are a little bit less extreme, right, than interrupting someone's load because you are we opt out. But just sort of have you thought about that?
It's a lot different on the gas side. So time of use rates, I don't think I've seen really any. Maybe across the country on the gas side, and it's a lot different because of the way the commodity is priced. So you don't have as much time variance of the pricing of the commodity. So when you think about how do we go out and buy our natural gas, it's usually on an index price that's either a fixed cost contract or we buy it on the spot market, closes at the end of the day. So there's a lot difference in the pricing of the commodity, which is different than on the electric side. On the electric side, you can have real-time market pricing, which can then really drive your different hours of the day to really quantify the cost of that commodity at any peak hour, right? It's a totally different setup on the gas side, so we don't really see time of use pricing on the gas side. It's just not. It's not really the same thing.
Okay, that makes. I understand.
Yeah, so even also on the infrastructure side. So again, on the electric side, you think about, well, the peak times are usually your peak power plants, right? So your peaking units on the electric side. So from the infrastructure side on the electric, your time of use rates capture that peak infrastructure that's needed. There's really not something similar on the gas side. You don't have a gas peaking unit, right? It's production wells that produce natural gas. There's not really a peaking resource that you kind of have to rely on it. So it's a little differently.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess I kind of think of the pipeline as your peaking resource, right? Like when you do capacity expansion, you're kind of saying we can't peak past this amount because our pipe's not big enough. So that I understand it's not apples to apples, but I do think that there are constraints that maybe this would solve for, but understand it's different. But I do think that we've seen, during Uri, we saw capacity on gas go 7 times what it normally was. So I do think, there are some parallels. It might not be a very solid line, but I just was wondering, kind of hearing this is tough and it's different. So that is adequate for now. I was just, curious sort of where you guys were thinking on that.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's very different because you don't have a peaking capacity pipeline. You got a whole pipeline capacity, whereas the electric side, you have different generation resources. You've got a whole stack. So it is very different.
Okay.
In order to have a peaking pipeline capacity, your pipeline would have to be twice the size to maintain the extra volume to be used in any type of peak demand shave. And even at that, it would be for a very confined period, right?
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Yeah, this is all helpful. I want to go back to energy efficiency. Sort of, my first line of questioning were what else were you guys maybe looking into? But there are two tables that I want to take a look at. Table 13 and then table 14. They're a page apart, or a page and a half or so apart. And I just had a couple of questions on table 13. It looks like you guys analyze, or maybe alternative resources and technologies that you listed, or it says, okay, the following table outlines the measures and technologies employed in each respective alternative resource evaluated in the MPA analysis. And it says things like cooking oven, driveway snowmelt gas boiler, dryer, fireplace, heat central gas boiler, water heater GT 55 gallon, and water heater LE 55 gallon. And so just first want to test my understanding. The first driveway snowmelt gas boiler, that is a set of gas fired pipes that are going to melt your driveway. I'm not familiar with that. I will admit I'm not from the mountains. So yeah, maybe a little bit of explanation on what that measure is.
Yes, so some of our customers in the mountain towns that are, I'll say, wealthier tend to have glycol-fired gas boiler or gas-fired glycol systems to circulate hot glycol underneath their driveways to melt them. And it is mandatory in some towns to have the snow melt on your driveways as well.
Okay, very cool. And then just for my, water heater, what's the difference between a GT 5 gallon and LE 5 gallon? Or 55 gallon?
That one we're going to have to ask our energy efficiency people about, because even I am not sure.
Okay. And then only because it was brought up before as an example of, sort of why some of these efficiency measures aren't maybe as solid as they look for capacity. You did not analyze a tankless water heater. These are both tanked. So just confirming we didn't go down that route because presumably that wasn't helpful for capacity.
We would have to confirm that, but yes, I believe so.
Okay. Then looking at table 14 on the next page, it looks like from there you then went and looked at two interventions. One is a furnace, which I didn't actually see in the first table. And then the second is a water heater, which I wasn't sure if it's the GT or LE. So could you guys explain why these tables are not do not contain the same resources?
Similar on that, Jesse, I think we'll need to get our energy efficiency folks pulled in for you.
Okay. That's fine. All right, now looking at, like I said, I didn't have any, is there anything that you guys want us to talk about with the CNG storage trailer? I feel bad I didn't have any questions on it. So if there's anything, you want to talk about to it, happy to sort of give you guys a minute or two.
I think we have anything per se. If you have any questions, we're certainly happy to answer them, but
okay. No,
we don't necessarily have.
All right. Okay, then looking at the going into sort of table 18, table 19, where we see the non-pipeline, or yeah, the alternatives being calculated. First question, there's an equation on the bottom of 47. What was the discount rate you used? Or is there a standard discount rate that you're using?
It appears, and I could be wrong, but on page 47, it states that equation one below included a discount rate of 69%.
Yep, yeah, there it is. Okay, thank you. Okay, and then I think hypothetically, you could either take the pipe out of the ground or you could leave it there when you sort of do some of these capacity expansion projects. Does the company use a standard net salvage value for your capacity expansion, or is that more on a project by project basis?
That might be a question that we need someone from our depreciation team to answer. I don't know the answer to that one, and I'm not sure that anyone on the call would know the answer to that.
No worries. Okay, and then looking back, looking into table 19, could you walk me through walk me through this a little bit. MPV cost, MPV benefits, there seems to be no benefit to cost ratio. Just I think it's one of those things where you look at anyone else's table and it looks kind of foreign. So if someone could just walk me through this table and kind of explain where you got your costs and benefits from, or I guess lack of benefits for these projects, that would be really helpful. Ultimately, there is a lot more about this in the confidential filing. I want to try to keep as much as we can non-confidential, but there's more information in the confidential, so I don't know how you guys want to handle that.
Yeah, I think part of the dilemma that we're struggling with was several of our team members that were involved in putting this together have left the company since it was filed. So we're struggling a little bit to the extent that it's in the confidential section. We're happy to deal with it at that time and hopefully can provide more explanation.
Okay. All right, well, that concludes. Thank you for going through that and going out on the things that you did know and being upfront with the things you didn't. I appreciate it. So I don't have any more questions on the alternatives analysis. Maybe Mike, do you have any questions?
Yeah, a couple. When we talk about capacity expansion in the future over the GIP period, it seems like there's kind of two thresholds that are relevant here. The first is that you're going to see sufficient growth in that specific region that would require capacity expansion just from an engineering standpoint. And the second is that it would go beyond the $3 million threshold. So I'm just trying to get a sense of, are you seeing growth on your system that warrants capacity expansion in certain districts in your territory, but they don't meet the threshold, or vice versa?
Yeah, so with the change in the state laws and how growth is funded, those costs would be bore by developers. And so we don't have any known projects, bar what we're going to be talking about later, that are on the docket that would be company funded.
Okay. Okay, so you think the new law is requiring, sorry, my door's blowing open. That the new law is requiring the cost allocation to these new customers, to the extent that you're not envisioning capacity expansion.
Not correct. None that we know of at this point.
Okay. Okay. And then as far as the efficiency measures, I noticed there was no insulation or air infiltration improvement in homes. It was all appliance related. To your, and I know your DSM experts are not on the call, but isn't it accurate that your DSM programs include air infiltration and building insulation?
Yeah, those would be questions for our energy efficiency DSM folks.
And I would agree that there's a number of energy efficiency programs included in the company's DSM.
Okay, but you're not indicating them here as specific measures.
Correct. I don't know if this is an all-inclusive list or not. I don't believe it is, but I believe there's a slew of different measures. As an example, the child education or the school education kit that includes shower aerators or other pieces aren't in this either. So I don't know exactly what was included and what wasn't. We'll need to have someone from our DSM team to provide more detail.
Okay. Well, I'm just curious why you didn't invite someone from that team or make sure they're on this call, considering the GIP is, a major aspect of the GIP is non-pipeline alternatives to planned projects, which obviously includes DSM as a key aspect.
So as I stated earlier, we've had a number of our team members who have departed. The individual who put together the packet is one of those folks, and he reached out to various people within the company. The company felt that having folks from operations, regulatory, and the engineering team would probably cover the most of the questions. Obviously, it doesn't. We didn't. I don't know the number of folks we've got on the call at the moment. I think it was around 7 or 8 at one point. Wasn't sure that having 15 or 20 people on the call made a whole lot of sense. And so that's why we tried to figure out who was mandatory. And this was just one of those areas that we didn't think would be covered, but here we are.
Okay. With respect to CNG versus LNG, can you give me like a basic understanding of how you compare those two resources? And, is it kind of like a peaker more against a more of a base load type of resource for electricity analogy? I mean, like if you needed a lot of gas from this facility, would LNG make more sense? Is that how the economics work?
Generally, Mike, that's correct. I wouldn't equate it to a peaker on the electric side. CNG and LNG both, unless you build a very large facility, neither of them are capable of being a peaker per se for you. but it is a volume perspective. LNG is a very expensive endeavor to go down for the volumes that you get. So you certainly need to be in a situation where you need quite a substantial amount before LNG becomes financially reasonable.
Right. Okay. That's what I figured. Fine. Yeah. Okay. This is all the questions I have for right now.
All right, I think I see, yeah, Leslie, you have a question?
I do. Thank you. Oh, right over here. Thanks. I have a question regarding stranded assets, since we're talking about future investments. I was wondering if the company had conducted any studies or any analysis with regards to the present and in future investments considered in this GIP that could potentially address the issue of the costs to ratepayers or the future costs of stranded assets from those investments that are made right now in light of the state's and in general decarbonization goals?
I will try to take that on. Unfortunately, Mr. Harrington had to step out for a settlement conference in another matter. My understanding is, as kind of discussed by Mr. Harrington and Mr. Downey earlier, the company hasn't seen much shift from the need for gas or the demand for gas in the state of Colorado. I don't recall there being any requirement in the GIP rules regarding a study on stranded assets, so I don't believe that any such study was undertaken.
Okay, yeah, I'm aware that the GIP rule does not required. I just was wondering if independently the company, in consideration of these investments contemplated within the GIP, had done any analysis in that regard. Thanks.
All right, thanks. Anyone from CEO? I think I'm just going to, Gabby, just to ask you if you have questions. I think it's just you.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't have any questions right now.
Okay, Tom, looks like you have a question.
Yeah, just a clarification. Can we go back to table 13, which you just discussed a little bit earlier? It's on page 42. And more, I just want to understand the nomenclature. And so let's just look at this table. Cooking oven, what does that mean in terms of what are you doing from an alternative resource measure? Someone wants to install a cooking oven or upgrade it, or what does that mean?
So I'll try this one again. Like I stated earlier, our DSM team is not on the call, but my guess in terms of energy efficiency would potentially be a replacement of a cooking oven or a conversion of some sort. I'm not sure if there's more efficient cooking ovens than others. I would guess that an oven that was installed in the 1970s might be less efficient than one that's for sale today, but I don't know that for certain without our DSM team.
And I'm sorry, I'm not trying to bug you. And actually, the DSM team is meeting on the DSM plan right now. That's the settlement discussion that started at 2 o'clock today.
Kind of different utility.
Oh, okay. But that's the electric side, but a bunch of your people are there. It goes on to say bypass plan project under the column entitled compressed natural gas. Do you know what that means? Because I looked it up in the document itself and I couldn't find a real explanation of what you mean by bypass planned project and then under compressed natural gas. And if
so
not, I mean, maybe these things can be put in your response comments at a later point in time.
Yeah, I can talk to that one for you real quick, Tom.
Okay.
So under compressed natural gas, bypassing planned project would be bringing in another temporary feed into a system. So versus going through and bypassing a regulator station, where a regulator station might be a constraint point. If there are constraints within the pipeline system itself, it could be a temporary feed into that system or a feed off of a CNG trailer.
So it's still using CNG, but it's just a different means to get it to the cooking oven in this case.
Potentially, it could be hooking from one system to another. If we have systems nearby each other, bringing in a bypass option there to route gas in from a different direction.
And then we talked a little already about the driveway. Going to dryer, you say various size CNG trailers. Again, are we talking about you would be replacing natural gas with CNG and using what amount to our tankers to come in and provide CNG to that to those facilities?
Correct. CNG trailers range anywhere from 50 decks to 500 decks. And depending upon what a given load profile might need, could mean one small trailer, could mean multiple very large trailers.
So when you're looking to install new service, do you look at CNG as an alternative routinely, or is that just on a very limited basis?
No, CNG is not a permanent supply source. There's a whole other set of regulations that come in on the CNG side, and you effectively to look at a new service in your scenario, Tom, you would effectively be setting a propane tank type of scenario on every house, which would be notably more expensive than a pipe.
So when I go down to the NPA results for selected projects on 49, again, I'm not trying to get anything confidential, so I don't want you to disclose something, at least not unless we're in a confidential session. It appears, are these using CNG, some of these projects, or did CNG have anything to do with those? And this is on page 49, table 19.
I'm not sure if I entirely understand your question, but before I answer it the way I want to answer it, maybe we could say that one for later, Tom.
Okay, that's fine. The only thing is next is customer-owned yard lines, I think, but I'm letting Jesse go to that section if you're going to, or I'm ready to go whenever you are. At least that's on page 49 where we're at now.
Yes, I have a couple of questions for that.
All right. I'll wait for you and raise my hand later.
Sounds good. Okay. All right. First question on that is who pays for the customer-owned the coil replacement? Is it the customer or is it the company?
So Jesse, I think it ultimately varies depending upon the scenario. If a customer has a leak and the customer calls plumber out and has their leak fixed, they're paying for it. There are scenarios where we have to move our meters because our meters are at risk. In those scenarios, it's a little bit different story. And we've done, I believe we've got it called out in here. Before I say that, yep, approximately 3.8 million of those types of replacements in that 4-year period that's noted.
All right,
that's on page 52, top of page 52.
Got it. Cool. Okay. And that was company. So, all right, 2.78 million for company. Do you have a sense of what the customer liability, like how many customer ones or how many customer paid for coils have been replaced?
I do not, Jesse. We don't track what customers are spending on their piping.
I guess I'm a little confused. We're maybe just like the premise of coils. They're supposed to be being replaced. So if a customer replaces their own yard line, it's still a customer-owned yard line. So then would that still need to be replaced?
Does it still need to be replaced? I think that's going to vary. If our meter needs to move, then it potentially would need to be replaced. If our meter does not need to be moved and they have gotten the necessary sign-offs from the inspecting entity that has certified their yard line, then it doesn't necessarily need to be replaced.
Okay. Okay. And this is not, yeah. So you said there was over, this is, I'm guessing this is across your service territory. It says there's 35 miles of unknown main across over 2,700 services, representing approximately 30 miles of unknown material on your system. Is that your way of, like, is that summing all of the customer owned yard lines? I was assuming that, but it wasn't really said directly, so just wondering what that is.
I'm trying to find where you're at there, Jesse.
Let's see, where did I get that from? Oh yeah, I don't know why this was the case. I was maybe copying and pasting. You guys have another small coil paragraph in your hydrogen section. So middle of page 53. There's like another little couple of sentences on coils. So that's that. Coils are installed by the customer, comprised of unknown materials. Company has 35 miles of unknown main material. Like, yeah, what is that all coils?
No, so unknown main material isn't necessarily coil, right? Main is company asset that is in the road. Coil is a customer yard line on their property, right? So two totally different things. What this is denoting is a lot of the coils tend to occur in those areas because those are the oldest areas of the system. That's really all that we're getting at with that right there, and certainly happy to share some photos if you guys are interested in some of the coils that we have removed, because we found everything from garden sprinkler systems to you name it. There's some really ugly stuff out there that is in people's yards, creating emissions issues.
Okay. There's also an attachment D reference. I didn't see an attachment D in e-filings. Did I miss? Oh no, never mind. It's right here. I've got it downloaded.
Attachment D should be our annual.
Yeah, it's right in front of me. Okay. I think that's all the questions I had on coils. So Tom, do you have other questions?
Sure. There we go. I'll get my picture up. On that last point, Chris, talking about a customer-owned yard line that is severely damaged, the customer-owned yard line is by definition owned by the customer, correct?
That is correct.
And so the damage is on a piece of property that's owned by the customer. Why do you not red tag the customer and tell them fix the problem? And by red tagging, I mean shut off their service, as opposed to paying that cost and replacing it and socializing that with all other customers.
Yeah, Tom, great question, and perhaps maybe a point of clarification. I did not say that we wouldn't red tag their yard line and have them pay to fix it. What I stated was if we need to move our meter, then we would look at moving their yard line. But if they've got a leak, just same as if it's a leak in their house, it's on them to fix it.
Right, but I'm talking even the meter. Let's talk about the meter's damaged, but the service line's fine, so to speak. If you move that meter to the customer's premise, who pays for the service line that used to, to put in the service line from your main to the meter now at the side of the house, for example, or the side of the industry building when it's been damaged?
So, yep. So if we have a car hit a meter, it costs us about $5,000 to put barricades around it. It cost us, and that gets socialized to everybody. If we move that meter and we replace that coil with a yard line, we do that for about $1,600 on average. and socialize that cost. So it decreases the cost to the ratepayers across the state by moving that meter instead of installing barricades.
And I guess my question is, why are you not assessing that cost on the customer who owned the yard line?
Why would we, Tom?
Because it was their yard line you just
Has that
replaced.
customer been paying for services for other customers?
Pardon me?
Has that customer been paying socialized cost for services for other customers?
Again, that's not the issue here. The issue is customer-owned yard lines. The commission is not authorized, to my knowledge, in your case in 2019, as well as any future case. In fact, they've never even opened an investigation on how they would fund customer-owned yard lines. But the traditional statement is it's the responsibility of the customer to pay for a customer-owned yard line repair or replacement.
I'm going to jump in here if I may. I think this issue has been dealt with in the 2019 rate case, the 2020 rate case, the 2021 SSIR, the 2022 rate case. Ultimately, Mr. Downley, as he described, to the extent that a meter is hit, the company has two options. We can go in and put in bollards, leave that yard line that's made of garden hose or other problematic issues in the ground and spend $5,000 to protect that meter, or the company could spend $1,600 to move that meter to the house, get rid of the yard line, and somehow the customer should pay for that move. The company's trying to protect its assets. To me, this issue has gone around and around. I'm not sure why we're spending this much time on it today. It's a cost.
Let me help you, Emmanuel.
And replace the yard line.
Let me help you. In your 2019 case, your witness under oath said you had 50,262 yard lines. Am I not correct?
I don't know if you're correct or not.
It's in my comments. Did you not read our comments?
I didn't read your comments.
And it cited you to the witness that provided that. Okay.
Different
Can we pull up our comments? Can they be shared? It came from your own witness. I didn't make the number up. So that's for the moment. It's in my comments. I give a cite to the witness that is in your case who actually provided that number in her supplemental direct testimony. Now you claim you have 20,066. What happened to the other 30,000 customer-owned yard lines that were reported to the commission under oath in your last safety integrity docket in 2019? What happened to 30,000 lines?
Procedural schedule. We're entitled to file a response to your comments, I believe, in a couple weeks. We're happy to do so at that time. Today, I thought the idea was that we answer questions based on the report that we filed.
Well, I am basing it on the report you filed. You indicate
I'm not sure that either of those numbers are in the report we filed. Were they?
The numbers I'm looking at right now are on page, I'll help you. It's on page 52.
Yep.
In the table at the bottom showing 20,066 customer-owned yard lines. That's in your report. That's not in my testimony. Okay.
Perfect.
What I'm comparing it to is testimony that was provided under oath by your witness saying you had 50,000.
5 years ago?
Yes. I'm saying what happened to 30,000 lines?
We've taken a lot of time to go out and analyze the number of yard lines we've got on the system, and company has come up with better numbers.
All right, we'll leave it at that. I'll look forward to your response. Apparently better numbers on, you missed it by 60%.
Yeah, if you recall, in the SSIR, we also did the data infrastructure and integrity plan, which was intended to go out and seek data, obtain data on our system.
Yeah, but the number of yard lines had nothing to do with those. I agree with you. Your system integrity program included that, but you identified 50,262 customer-owned yard lines that you sought $200 million to replace over a period of about 35 years. So I'll leave it at that. We can look for your response comment.
I think if we were able to replace 30,000 yard lines for substantially less, that would be awesome.
Well, I know you're trying. You've been trying to socialize that to customers since 2019, and that's been denied. That's the point.
Yeah, so now the company is simply putting the protective barriers around the meters, and will end up socializing 5 times more in terms of costs, which is a savings to customers. Glad the UCA dealt with that.
I think we're
I'm
going to
done.
end the
Yeah.
COIL conversation. That probably went a couple minutes longer than we needed to let it. So, yeah, let's move off of COILs. Next, we're going to move on to hydrogen and AMLD, or advanced leak detection, these last 2 sections you guys have. So just one question on hydrogen. You state that you intend to begin evaluating through some analyses, the effect and engineering analyses, the effect of blending on the company's facilities as well as customer equipment. And you list a number of sort of metrics that the analyses will include. And then sort of state that moreover, these studies will begin to determine the future long-term strategy of hydrogen, of utilizing hydrogen in the existing natural gas system as a low carbon alternative to support emissions reductions. So could you talk a bit more about that? Is that going to be, do you plan to have that evaluated as part of an application? Is this like research you're doing on the side? Sort of curious about, you know, how you would go about your hydrogen evaluation, and so if you're planning to fund that through a future dip, or sort of what does that look like?
So I'm happy to kind of go down this path. In the company's clean heat plan, we did propose some form of hydrogen analysis and evaluation, and sought to produce some sort of a hydrogen outcome. I believe it was beginning in 2030. So it's definitely something that's several years out. There's still quite a bit of analysis that needs to be dealt with before hydrogen can come onto the system.
Okay. And then questions on the advanced leak detection. I understand, as you're sort of saying here, you conduct leak surveys by traditional methods. There's at least 2 that you list here. And, you know, recognizing, again, the decision hasn't been issued, but, you know, in the settlement agreement, there is a budget for advanced leak detection. Is, you know, you kind of mentioned earlier, like it was you know, first you did this, then you did clean heat. Now that we're sort of back around, could you talk at all about your advanced leak detection methods that you're now looking into, or is that something that should remain over in that settlement agreement?
I think we can talk at it really quick, Jesse. Within the clean heat filing, obviously we have the AMLD proposal to begin using the Picaro survey equipment, similar to a few other utilities in the state. You know, and certainly open to answer any questions that you may have. I know watching, you know, some of the prior workshops that you've had, you guys got into a similar conversation. Not a whole lot different. The Picaro equipment looks and works the same for pretty much every utility in that regard. But the premise is to run a increased sensitivity piece of equipment through the system at a faster rate than what could be done with a traditional walking survey. Detect a greater number of larger leaks and be able to resolve and fix those quicker, such that you reduce emissions off the system and increase customer safety.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think okay, 2 more questions on this. You know, you just sort of gave, which is really helpful, sort of the metrics on how this would improve upon your traditional methods. Do you have any sort of quantification between, you know, with the traditional methods you were using, it would take X number of years to survey your system, and now with the Picaro system, it will take Y number of years? Is there some sort of, you know, decrease or increased efficiency? I know you said it would be, but do you have that kind of those kind of numbers?
So we have speculation, right? And I'll preface it that it's speculative because we don't have the facts yet because we've not done it. What we do know is with traditional methods, the process is broken up into various different segments of the system, getting through effectively the entirety of the system within about a 3-year period. The thought with the Picaro equipment is that we will be able to get through the entirety of the system annually. But it still remain to be seen, that we'll be able to do that.
Great, thank you. And then the last question here. Finally, there's not current tracking of leakage sources identified within DI communities. All areas of the system are leak surveyed on intervals above, with the known leaks identified and scheduled for repairs. Do you have any intention to track, DI versus non-DI communities? I'm assuming you've got to have some way of like putting in a geospatial location for when you find a leak so that others can go fix the leak. But, do you have plans to sort of then take that and correlate it to these communities, or what does that look like?
So it's something that we've been looking at and trying to understand how we can do that with a reasonable amount of effort. We've been working with staff on our QSP side of things in order to see about progressing something in that area.
Mike, any questions about coils, hydrogen, or AMLD, or advanced leak detection? I keep throwing in that M.
No, not at this time.
All right. CEO or UCA, questions about hydrogen or leak detection? I know UCA already asked about leak detection.
I have no questions. I don't know if Leslie does. That's it.
No questions from me. Thanks.
And no questions from me.
All right. I just have a few questions on the projects. So maybe if we could go into a confidential session. Well, actually, we were going to take a break till 2:45. So let's still do that. And then when we come back, can we come back into a confidential session?
And Jesse, this is Stephanie. If those who have not signed NDAs can just jump off and then come back, I don't know if you want to set a time, or if you want me to lock the meeting at 2:45 and then we'll verify the parties on Zoom before we start.
Could maybe Wendy, could you jump in here, and perhaps counsel for Black Hills? I'm not entirely sure of the list of folks currently on the line that do and don't have NDAs signed.
So I'm happy to respond to that. I'm looking at the list and I believe that everyone on here is good.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay, thanks, Jesse. Then when we come back, I'll just make sure that you're ready to go, and then I'll turn off webcast and do what I need to do on my end.
Okay, thanks so much. See you on 15 minutes. All right, welcome back, everyone. Stephanie, I will look to you for confirmation that we are good to go.
Okay, let me turn everything off and then it'll just be a second because of the delay on the webcast, just to make sure that it's done. Sorry, wrong button.